Yo, when I became Christian, thought it would be easy. Knew I was enlisted. I got the devil off for a little while, but in the back of my mind, I could see him smile. Surrendered to the Lord, gave it all to him, cried out to him, even shout to him, asked for the power, and he delivered to me. Now I'm full of that ghost, and now looking to him, going show to show, from city to city. Yeah, I'm a Christian rapper. Can you get with it? I got the kids dancing, and the parents shouting, and it fed my ego. I'm the rock now, push them to the side. Yeah, I don't need you. Didn't say it with words, but yeah, my actions do. And I wondered why they sat instead, because I was doing it by myself, and Christ wasn't there. Forgive me, Lord, for what I do. I never knew I did all of that to you. I repent, Father, forgive me for my sins, and I promise I'll never do that again. People just don't understand what you're going through, but when it's all said and done, I'll trust you. People just don't understand what you're going through, but when it's all said and done, I'll trust you. I'll trust you, yeah, I'll trust you. I'll trust you, yeah, I'll trust you. People just don't understand what you're going through, but when it's all said and done, I'll trust you.
You know, when I look back over my life, I meditate on everything that the Lord did brought me through. It showed me how good He is. I just gotta give Him praise. When I feel lost and I feel vacant, heavy burden, heavy laden, in my knees and pray for patience in my labor for the Savior. I can trust You as my refuge, facing danger, still from hatred. How can I forget You, Father? You the Alpha and Omega, age, the beginning and the ending. You the author and creator. I repent of every sin that produce mindless misbehavior. Use music as a tool to teach the Lord to every nation. Preach Jesus over everything, peculiar entertainment for enlightenment. When I fight some lonely nights, in my bed, meditation on Your word, face these thoughts in my head. When I'm in need of Your presence, You embrace me with Your rest. Perseverance when I'm weary and escape from every test. When I fall, You pick me up, You build me up in Your stability. Warm me when I'm in danger, Your spirit is my security. Strengthen me when I'm weak, still love me in my impurity. No, I don't deserve it, but grace and mercy is surety. I love You and I trust You. You love me fresh like no other. Die for me like a brother, You cover me like a mother. Feel me like sun and summer, You lighten my heart in darkness. You faithful just like my partner, and forgive me like a father. Let's love.
People just don't understand what you're going through, but when it's all said and done, I'll trust You. People just don't understand what you're going through, but when it's all said and done, I'll trust You. I'll trust You, yeah, I'll trust You. I'll trust You, yeah, I'll trust You. People just don't understand what you're going through, but when it's all said and done, I'll trust You.
It's King baby.
Yeah. Thank You, Jesus. Showing up in the nick of time and saving my life. Turning everything around. Yeah. Thank You, Jesus. Probably caught me with my hands up in the cookie jar. Trying to have my cake and eat it too. How arrogant of me to think I'm fooling you. That's something that a fool would do. Now Not listening much, the pride in me is why I ended in cuffs. I sinned and did what? Come back to you like, Lord, forgive me, I am lost. Behind my back, I had my fingers crossed, cause I knew what I was about to do. Yeah, no sincerity, thinking I was slick when I was sick, you still took care of me. That frame of mind is scaring me, cause I see plenty people with it, calling people Pharisees, just because they call out sinning. Please, man, I used to try to hustle, I'm the weed man, popping pills and everything. Favorite drug was Mary Jane, but everything I did was pain. Caught up in my selfish pride, told God I need deliverance, and now I know he lives inside, roller coaster of emotions, trying to deal with the flesh, my own lesson turning to sinning, dog, my life is a mess, and you still changing me. I seen the path you made for me when I was living aimlessly. You showed me how you favor me, and I don't deserve it, no, not at all, but your grace is sufficient. You gave me music as my base, so I'm fishing. You gave me place, so I'm fishing.
Much love to you, King.
I was fading.
I hope you love the playlist, sis. All praise to the Most High. And make sure you give King Loso, man, one love, respect, and salute.
When I didn't know
Tell him
that
to be
I
out, sis.
needed your saving. I'm so glad you took me. I was fading. You remade me.
Hey, true story. Listen. Hey, when you ever seen your partner kill? Drop a couple tears, praying God, this isn't real. I hope I see you at the top of the hill, like bring some rellos in the bottle of beer. That was back then though. Nobody told me God would heal me when I'm wounded. I'm being honest, remember now, I'm just human. Drinking on the gallon of liquor just like a dummy. And smoking on a pound of marijuana just to numb me. Racism, favoritism, and haterism. Too late to listen, we stray away from the ways of wisdom. Yeah, nobody told me about the Great Commission. They only told me keep a pistol so you ain't a victim. To them it's just the death of a criminal. Did you forget Jesus hung next to the criminals?
We out here, bro.
And he even
Man,
promised
it's time to bring out
rest to
that
the
juice
criminals.
tonight, man.
Yeah,
You know
and
how
that
we
gave
do, bro.
hope
We go
to the
hard for
rest
the
that was
Most High. Let's go,
criminals.
bro.
Some will be saved in the last minute. Hope you don't wait for the last minute, bruh. That's why I pray in the last minute that you ask for forgiveness and through faith you attach in it. Man, you ever seen your partner kill? And even though it hurts, you know you healed, cause God is real. So let him heal you from within and make you new again. Only the blood of Christ can wash away the sins of man.
You took me, I was fading, and you remade me. Yeah. I'm so glad you saved me. When I didn't know that I needed your saving. I'm so glad you took me. I was fading. You remade me.
Yeah, I had to make a decision. Would I lay down my whole life and keep living the life I was living? He had to break it way down and he did it with so much precision. I can't do this without you, I'm a sinner. Who am I kidding? Could've said no, but I didn't, yeah. Now I'm forgiven. Trying to do it independent. I'll be honest, I was tripping. You gotta cherish every minute. TikToking your time's up. It's free to follow in the word of God that really wants to live life tied up. I feel my joy in his will for me now. Lay back and rejoice and be glad. He told me be bold in my music, then gave me a pen and a pad. Sometimes I thank God that he didn't give me all the things that I prayed for. Cause I wouldn't be doing the things that I know that I really was made for. Got a second chance, let me hit my holy dance. Gotta thank him in advance that he put me in his plans. Had to repent and wash my hands, now his mercy's got me cleansed. When you know that he before you, tell me who can be against you, yeah. Everything I do it all for you. Every breath I breathe, I give it all to you. It's no secret, I know what I'm supposed to do. Father, I surrender my whole soul to you. I ain't gon' do no more frontin'. You don't gotta worry about me cause I'm coming. I done spent my whole life running, but I stop caring what my friends say. The way I'm balling on them now, they should give your boy a 10-day. The church service every Sunday, the Bible study every Wednesday. Still serving in between. The devil trying to intervene. He met him on the winning team. We got the victory, it ain't no mystery. We put him out of his misery. He ain't messing with my ministry. No, can't let him get to me. The holy life just meant for me. I let the Father pour into me. Look at all the things he did for me. He took his scripture to rip for me. I can repay all the debt that I owe. So I let a hand on my GPS. He gonna tell me which way I should go. There's gonna be a time when everybody's gonna have to back down and confess. Had to show him that I'm down before I lay my body to rest. I can't do this on my own. So I got him on the main line. Now I'm walking with the same mind. You got a love that you can't find. Far from perfect in your eyesight, but I know you got me. Now I'm living in your whistle. Can't nobody stop me. Everything I do it all for you. Every breath I breathe, I give it all to you. It's no secret, I know what I'm supposed to do. Father, I surrender my whole soul to you. I ain't gonna do no more frontin'. You don't gotta worry about me cause I'm coming. I done spent my whole life running, but I sure know what home is. All I wanna do is be a better man. Change up my ways and they never pan out. I don't understand doing what I can now, but I still can't get a grasp on the handouts. Listen from my parents and they live right down the block. When I'm in the city, never take the time to stop. What it look like to them, probably think they don't matter. They won't ever admit it, and I'm trying to get better, but I'm cutting it apart. How I let the enemy keep tugging at my heart. Funny, I pretend to be having it all together, but I'm struggling now. It was a struggle before, but now it's double the crowd. I hover around, wondering if they mad at me. Only called them last week, man, they had to be. I don't know what it is, but I know that I love them. And that goes for my sister, and that goes out to my brother. I'm just a young man trying to find balance. Playing both feet on the ground, getting callous. Trying to please everybody, always been a challenge. I just gotta find peace, knowing God is all that matters, and I'm good, true. But I still feel it in my conscience, you know I love you daily, and I promise to keep in better touch. I don't mean to beat myself up, it's just that I was raised better than this. Know that I'm better than this. God forbid something should happen. Lord, I could never forgive myself. I'm a regular kid. I'm trying to get better at this. Trying to get better at this. Trying to get better. Trying to get better. I need you. Lord, I'm just trying to receive you. Know that your promise is all good. Hope that you know I believe you. I swear that I'ma change. I know I could change. I know I could stay the same, but I need you. Relationships mean everything to me. Maybe not, it's just what I believe. Life should be, and I ain't good at that. All across the board, and that's a fact. Care for you, I care for you, I swear. I just can't explain why I ain't there. Friends will come and go, and that is that. Screaming family first, but why they in the back? Ain't it a funny thing, this thing called love? Unconditional, sacrificial, and all above. We know everything, all the rules and how to approach. Still it take a level of effort to pull it close. We know what we need to do, me and you undefeatable. Long as we got some love for each other, we overdose. So I gotta show love in a tangible way. Let go of the guilt, cause you know what I'm planning to say. It's just I was raised better than this. Know that I'm better than this. God forbid something should happen. Lord, I could never forgive myself. I'm a regular kid. I'm trying to get better at this. Trying to get better at this. Trying to get better. Trying to get better. I need you. Lord, I'm just trying to receive you. Know that your promise is all good. Hope that you know I believe you. I swear that I'ma change. I know I could change. I know I could stay the same, but I need you. Trying to get better at this.
Hey, we got a big brother in the building. Hey, what's up, King E? Man, it's good to see you, my brother. How you doing?
I'm trying to get better
man,
at
may the
this.
Most High, man, always hold you. God, you bless you, keep you, and protect you, bro. It's good to see you in the building, my brother. Man, families, we got Cook What You Got in the building, families. All praises to the Most High. We're gonna have to go to some scriptures before we go to our lesson today, families. So I hope you love the playlist and just put some stuff in the airwave because we have some brothers and sisters that are a little confused and we gotta correct them through the scriptures.
All to the scars, they know my name. I pray I go far, but it's not for the fame. It's only for him, yeah. It's only for Deceive, ooh, yeah. What I'm saying, ooh, yeah. This is the truth, ooh, yeah. I'm a Christian artist, don't get that confused. No way, how could you? I'm preaching truth, I'm preaching Christ to the masses. I pray that it impacts them, yeah. Like, how can I go back? No way, yeah. How can I backslide? No way, yeah, yeah. I can't go back, no way, yeah.
Woman, I've been praising Christ every single day of my life. He is the one for you, and you know that's right. Woman, I've been praising Christ every single day of my life. He is the one for you, and you know that's right. Cannot go back, no way. 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 Cannot go back, no. He's my savior, change your behavior. Born in the manger, he's no danger. Just come to the Father. We're not screaming out all up. Praise Christ from day one. Yeah, he is the Son. It's the year of Jubilee, so you can be free. Oh, he just really wants you. Hey, like, oh, he just really wants you. Hey, woman, I've been praising Christ every single day of my life. He is the one for you, and you know that's right. Woman, I've been praising Christ every single day of my life. He is the one for you, and you know that's right. Cannot go back, no way. 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 No way. No way. No way. Cannot go back, no way. No way.
All praises, families, all praises. I first want to give all thanks, honor, glory, power, and high esteem to the Most High Yah, Yahuwah, His only begotten Son, families, Yeshua HaMashiach, those that call Him Jesus the Christ, Emmanuel, all around the world, and the set apart fire, my families, the mind of Yah, what is called wisdom, the Ruach HaKodesh, the Holy Spirit. I want to say Shalom. Shalom. Okay, families, man. I'm a little tired, families. I've been getting up around about 4 in the morning, to go to my first job. Families, I gotta put the hours in now, families, and I don't really get off until late now, family. So when I get off one job, I gotta go straight to the other job, families. But between times, like during my breaks and stuff, families, I do go check to see how my brothers and sisters are doing. But most of the time, families, I've really been like getting into my lessons and understanding scriptures and the ordership that the Most High Yah has in store for all of us, families. For all of us, families. So, families, man, I gave us 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, verses 3 and 4, as well Hebrews chapter 5, verses 8 through 14, as well as Galatians chapter 6, 7 through 9. Galatians chapter 6, families, is for those families. That's why when you read Matthew chapter 24, 4 and 5, your big brother Hamashiach, the Christ, families, the Messiah, clearly sits there and tells you, he sits there and says, take heed that no man deceive you. Family, that scripture right there goes with Galatians chapter 6, verses 7 through 9, with those that don't believe in karma. If you don't believe in karma, families, what you gonna reap what you sow. That's karma, families. That's karma. So when you read Galatians chapter 6, 7, and 9, families, don't let no man sit there and tell you, families, that there's no such thing as that. Hasatan is a lie. Families, just like you got up and down, left and right, hot and cold, male and female, right and wrong, unrighteous and righteous, not being holy and holy. Families, that all of that, families, are balances. It's a balance, families. And families, whatever you reap on this earth, you as well, families, will sow that. And a lot of people is telling you, families, that there's no such thing as karma. Families, yeah, you won't find that in the scriptures. You won't find karma nowhere in the scriptures, families. But reap what you sow. That's Galatians chapter 6, 7, and 9. So with that being said, families, this is as well finna go into our lesson. What our lesson, families, is be not deceived in this hour, families. Don't let no man deceive you, families, because a lot of people will use trickery. They will use words, smooth word play, families, word play. Metaphors, families. A lot of these cats, man, that does that, family, do poetry. They like to write. They do a lot of literature writing, families. And families, they know how to mix certain words to confuse you, which what they call spell casting. Families, you have warlocks out here. You got people out here, families, you got females out here that are witches. You got guys out here that are sorcerers. Man, they are warlocks, families. They don't know that they be doing these things, but families, they be practicing these things, and you have to be mindful of that. And the reason why I'm saying that, family, is because that will take you to Hebrews chapter 5 verses 8 through 14, where the Most High clearly is telling you, family, what order you're supposed to be in. And family, he only looking for strong men and strong women in his hour. He's not looking for no babies. I'm just keeping it a buck with you because I love you, families. And families, when you read Hebrews chapter 5, it's telling you about the orders of Melchizedek. And families, when you read 8 all the way down to 14, families, families, if you don't understand that scripture, there's nothing else I can do for you. There's nothing else I can tell you. There's nothing else I can say, because apparently that is not meant for you. So with that being said, families, we is going to go into some information right quick, because a lot of people is talking about fake news this and fake news that. Families, man, we got a mutated disease, a virus out right now, families, that is, I know a lot of people heard about, people was talking about Bill Gates and how Bill Gates is talking about depopulation. Families, Bill Gates got that from Albert Pike. Albert Pike. Who did Albert Pike get that from? Let's go.
With the manufacturers of gloves and masks. Now, they've noted they want to ensure that there is supply. If, and let's say when, there is an outbreak inside the United States, the military is saying to their units, not just personnel who potentially traveled to China, but domestically, Northcom, their responsibility is North America. Okay? They're telling them to prepare in their sphere of operations, which is Chicago, New York, San Francisco, the major cities in this.
Pause. Now, families, man, I must have sat there and said that because the only reason why I said that about almost 3 months ago, it might have been 4 months ago, families, I was telling people, families, that they practice on big cities, families, with the biggest population. Families, they're not worried about the small towns like Arkansas and Alabama and Mississippi and these, these small that they're not worried about small towns, because if you knock down the head cities first, families, then the tail will fall, man. Everybody else will follow in place. So you will get like the biggest cities, families, and families, you will clearly mutate them cities, families. Straight put martial law. I mean, pollute their air, pollute their water. Flint, Michigan, families, ain't had clean water in years. In years, families. But people talk about fake news a lot. You know what I'm saying? I stay far away from people, man, that don't believe in certain things. You only pick and choose what you want to believe in. But then when things hit the fan, now you want to listen. Families, them don't cry wolves type of people. Families cry wolf. You know what I'm saying? Families, we don't cry wolf over here. Families, man, what we do over here, families, is that we try to find out what the Most High Yah has in store for us, what he's trying to tell us in this hour, families, and then but through the scriptures, families, and then families, we try to blow our trumpet, we try to warn you. That's not crying no wolf, families. We is trying to prep you. That way that you could be prepared ahead of time, families. That way it won't hit you in the back of your neck, families, man, when everything hit the fan. Because when things hit the fan, you ain't gonna know what to do. You wasn't prepared, no none of that. And that's gonna be sad. You being a man out here and you got your own family, you need to be able to protect your family, man. How you gonna protect your family? You don't even know what the heck going on. That don't make no type of sense. It doesn't. Families, I come from a small town, families, and I moved to one of the most, I think Houston is supposed to be the fourth biggest city in the nation. In the nation, families. And families, I see all type of wickedness here in Houston. I'm from Arkansas, man. Don't get me wrong, we got our good and we got our bad there, but in the families, it's nowhere near as outrageous as it is over here. Why? Because families, I can walk outside my door in Arkansas and I can wave at any one of my neighbors and they're gonna wave back to you. How you doing? Have a blessed day. I hope you love the weather today. Families, when you step outside your door here in Houston and you wave at your neighbor, they look at you like, man, I don't know you. Who you waving at? Disrespectful, man. I'm talking about completely rude. These people here are rude. Want me to tell you why they so rude? There's almost like 7 million people that stay in Houston alone. Families, we're not even talking about Dallas, San Antonio, Austin. Families, all them cities, man, got over 1 million something people there, families. So you can treat a person any kind of way that you want to because you know that you would never see them again. Make your first impression your best impression, families. Make your first impression your best impression. Families, back where I'm from, families, you got to be careful about how you treat people, families, because we so small, everybody knows everybody. And best believe, if you come at me sideways, I'm going to see you again because we stay in a small city. It's a small town. I'm going to see you again. Guarantee that. Here in Houston, families, no, man, people ain't even got to come to the west side or to the north side or to the south. I see that, man. I tell my mom that all the time. Like, these people here are rude, man. That's why when Yahuwah Tazafo come to bring his judgment to all these big cities, families, he ain't going to just pick and choose which city. Families, he finna judge America as a nation. As a complete nation, families, regardless if you righteous or not. That's why when you go to Revelation and the Most High sat there and says, if you holy, be holy still. If you filthy, be filthy still. If you righteous, be righteous still. That's why he said that, families. Because, families, he's only going to prepare the way for those families that are obeying. They understand obedience. What are you obeying? Let's continue.
Country. I was looking today, about Northcom. A lot of people watching this program have heard about Northcom because they're the go-to, let's say, military organization that would deal with civil unrest, say a civil war breaking out or unrest in a city, especially when Ferguson was happening in 2014. Well, something I noticed on their website, they've highlighted a quote, and it's quoting Article 1, Section 8, Clause 15 of the Constitution. It says to provide for calling forth the militia to execute the laws of the Union, suppress insurrections, and repel invasions. Now, the basics of this, you see this is a map again, or Northcom, the other military commands. Northcom, again, is the United States. You got Canada, too, and part of Mexico and Central America. They said, and this is from Northcom's website itself, they said that their authority is to ensure and suppress insurrections, and it has evolved with 9/11, but it is still the job of Northcom to ensure the stability of the homeland.
That's right. This came into existence after the September 11 attacks. And according to this Military Times report, the U.S. Marine Corps sent a message to commanders to review disease containment plans and take preparatory and precautionary actions to protect service members, installations, and ships. The plans contain procedures for response, isolation, quarantine, restriction of movement, and community-based intervention.
These are people, man, that work in hospitals. These are people that work in airports. These are people that work for federal agency families. We talking about people that's getting packages, like you work for Amazon or FedEx or Western Union, and you get packages that be coming from overseas. These are people, families, that work on the docks, families. You got to have a Q-tip card, families, just to go work on the dock, families, and you have to have certain type of clearance and certification, families, to be able to control a forklift, like chemicals and stuff like that. Big crates, families, that sit there and tell you that it comes from Korea or China or Japan or, you know what I'm saying, Australia, places like that, families. So it's telling you, families, that these viruses be coming from everywhere. It's airborne, families, but don't get me wrong now. Don't get me wrong. They finna to drop you some jewels, and they finna show you, families, how these people is going up against you in the exact same facilities that you be working at on a daily basis. They not finna to play with now one of us, families. Not now one of us. And families, they doing it in your face. In your face. People that are asleep, families, they so stuck up on entertainment that, families, they not seeing the bigger picture. So when you start having rashes, when you start getting rashes on your skin, your temperatures, you starting to have high fevers, want to know why your throat is always dry, you feeling dehydrated, then, families, there's something telling you. When your body always tell you there's something wrong. It don't matter what part of your body, if it's aching, if you're not feeling well, you got headaches, stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Your body always show you signs about something is wrong. But people, families tend to miss them type of signs, man. Let's continue.
Community-based intervention. That would be the Marine Corps coming into your community.
Right.
Intervening in your community.
Working with local police or local health officials.
Shutting down roads. Policing access to groceries, public areas.
The article says the Marine Corps mission, according to the message is to prepare for potential outbreaks. As we told you yesterday, the new official politically correct term is COVID-19. So in the next few weeks, you're not going to hear coronavirus anymore. It's going to be COVID-19. And the Marine Corps is to mitigate, respond, and recover from the effects in order to maintain force readiness, which I think is a way of saying to make sure that the Marine Corps isn't decimated by the virus.
So they're taking active steps now to segregate anyone that's traveled to China, that's had any family members that have traveled to China. So they're doing this now. We expect this kind of response with an invasion, and in many ways they have to treat this like an invasion, right, Rick?
Yes.
And that's in the Constitution, to repel invasion. We normally think of an invasion force, soldiers coming in.
Well, you close your border when that happens, don't you?
That's right. So you take whatever steps necessary.
If enemy troops were coming over the border, wouldn't the first thing the commander say is, let's close the border? Let's lock down the border. There's our problem. The border's open. But we haven't closed our border to coronavirus. As we've learned, flights from China are still coming in. It's unbelievable that it's happening. Okay, so how long can coronavirus survive on a surface? That's an important question. And we have an article from Science Alert. I don't know if we have the still for it, but it says that coronavirus, a new study suggests it could survive on inanimate objects for well over a week.
All right.
Like 10 days. So somebody with the virus could touch this desk and 10 days later, that virus is still alive on this desk, and somebody else comes by, touches the desk, and contracts the disease, right? At
The
10 days later.
The veterinary coronavirus, according to Science Alert, could persist for longer than 28 days.
Yes, but the veterinary virus only infects animals, not humans. But it's 28 days. But for the coronavirus for the humans, they're saying 10 days. So you got to think this through. Right? People, they know that people can be a carrier. Humans can be infected. Can go how many days not with no symptoms?
We've heard various lengths from a week to 19 days.
China, a case out of China, 42 days.
Right.
And we still don't know who patient zero is, so we really don't know the extent of some of this.
So let's just say...
All right, pause, my brothers and sisters. Now, based upon their research, this ain't no looking up no YouTube video, families. These are actually documentation, families, that they done extensive research, families. Ever since this Joker went master, families, they done mutated it, families, through over the years. Families, the coronavirus has always been here, families. They created that thing, man, like back in like the 60s. You know what I'm saying? But it done mutated itself, families. Now, families, what they is trying to let you know, families, that it's like a live organism. That's what it is, families. And families, you won't have no type of symptoms, families, for over a month. You won't get no family. That's almost like walking pneumonia. They call that the silent killer, pneumonia. All of a sudden, families, man, you just dropped dead. The whole time you had pneumonia. This ain't nothing to be playing with. This ain't nothing to be. But a lot of people will call them crying wolf. They're not crying wolf, families. They are literally trying to warn you, and they showing you documentations and proof, families, of what you should do and how you should prepare yourself and take care of your family. If you solo, then okay, man, you really ain't gonna care. But if you got kids, you should be very concerned. If you're not even taking care of your kids, then I can kind of see that. I kind of see why you don't care. You're only going to care about yourself. You don't even take care of your own kids. So why are you going to be worried about what we doing when you don't even take care of your own children? Like, I stay far away from certain people that does that, especially, man, those, man, that fathers out here, deadbeat dads out here. You know what I'm saying? Like, you have the power to do way more than what you say that you could do, but you choose not to do that. That's a choice that you make. You know what I'm saying? Like, families, if I can go out, man, a man don't work, a man don't eat, man. A man don't work, a man don't eat. So, family, it's letting you know it's almost like walking pneumonia, families. The whole time you're going to be thinking you healthy, but families, you really infected. These people, families, even if they even have a glimpse that you are even close of being effective, families, guess what they finna do to you? Do you even have a clue? Or they gonna send you to a FEMA camp? No, family, they ain't gonna send you to no FEMA camp. They gonna send you to a different camp, families. It's gonna be straight military. It's gonna be a military camp where they gonna put you at, families. And families, they gonna be doing testings on you daily. Daily, families. Watch.
2 weeks that a person can be infected with the virus, be contagious, have no symptoms, doesn't know he or she has the virus, but is highly contagious, and that person is moving around in their home, in the workplace, in stores.
They're taking money out of their wallet. They're handling it to the guy behind the counter at McDonald's.
They're touching all kinds of things for 2 weeks.
Not even knowing they're infected.
So if they can go 2 weeks without knowing that they're infected, and the virus can live on objects 10 days, 10 days after the person is diagnosed, at say the 14th day, diagnosed, hey, you've got coronavirus, stuff that he or she has touched for another 10 days.
Yes. Sure.
Right?
For your grocery
so you're now
store.
into 3 weeks.
For your grocery store, this person went to go buy groceries like every normal person does at least once or twice a week. if they didn't sneeze or cough on the actual grocery, the produce areas, when they came to the cash register, did they put their hands on that counter like every other person as they're getting their wallet out? Did they touch other food items that were on that conveyor belt? Has the conveyor belt been cleaned? There's an insurmountable amount of people who can get exposed to this, and then their produce too, their food that they brought home to their children and family.
That's right. Look, all of us, our personal behavior. Start thinking about what you're touching and how often you're washing your hands, and avoid touching your eyes, your lips. We've got to start thinking like this right now.
And our governments, even at the local level, need to start thinking about whether they want quarantine centers in your towns. Think about this. In China, in Hong Kong, they're finding remnants of the virus in water pipes. This is partly due to the fact that people who are infected are still using the same water supply locations, using the same facilities, bathroom facilities, as those who are not infected.
Well, going back to the businessman I talked to today, he said that the gentleman that he spoke with, who's involved with the United States government in implementing the China trade deal, he told my friend that coronavirus is circulating through the ventilation ducts in China.
Wouldn't that indicate that it's airborne?
Yes.
Well, and we've seen these videos that have been going out with the trucks spraying. We don't know what they're spraying. What are they spraying out of these trucks? And there's even images of people. All right, so people are working in offices, Rick. Some of them wearing masks and everything. They're working away. And these guys in full hazmat suits come in and start spraying whatever it is they're spraying here. Here's a video, Rick, out of from Russian market
inside
here.
That place.
Yeah, they're spraying. So here you are. You're working away, doing whatever you're doing.
Pause. This is going to be coming to a school near you. This is going to be coming to your local library near you. Family, this is going to be coming to a near facility near you. Families, what they doing over there, best believe, man, they're going to do that over here. That's why they showing you all these things. They showing you exactly what they doing to them. It don't make you no different, man. They're going to do you the exact same way. Families, China has the most people in the world, families, in one area. Families, they showing you how they can contain them, how they can take their rights away from them, how they show surveillance everywhere they go, face recognition, heat waves, families, from miles away, football fields miles away, families. I'm talking about they families. They show you exactly how they can contain a country that got the most people than any other country, and how they can just strip everything they have, families. It ain't no darn thing they can do about it or say about it. And if they even feel like they finna do something, families, they finna strap you up and kill you. They finna do us the exact. A whore Babylon, families, man, America finna have their day. Man, if you think people over there in China is wicked, families, they ain't no more wicked than those over here in Babylon. That's real talk. That's cause people over here, they don't have from number one, half the people over here don't keep no commandments. I can tell you that now. You know what I'm saying? At least you got some families that's trying to at least wake you up and tell you need to hearken to the voice of your Father, of your Elohim, and love your brother like as you love thyself. Families, half the people over here don't even support you like they said. They follow popularity, man. Who has the most people? How many people can you talk to? The whole time, families, they coming up with accusations. They don't have a solution. What's the whole point coming up? All you doing, you ain't even problem solving, man. You sitting over here, you coming with all these problems, but you don't know how to solve it. What is the solution? And the first thing they're gonna sit here and tell you is, well, I believe in God, and man, my families in these scriptures, the Most High give you the problems. He give you the solutions. He tell you exactly what you're supposed to do, but people don't take heed to that type of stuff, man. I'm trying to tell you that now. That's why I hang who I hang with. That's why I stay far away from those that I used to mess with, and I don't mess with them like that no more. Like real talk. Because the Most High is going to leave those that are lost with a reprobated mind, man. Because you had a reprobated mind when you got in this. You're supposed to change yourself, but apparently you don't, because a lot of people like to sit there and say, the Most High knows my heart. Yeah, he knows your heart so much, man, that he knew you wasn't going to convert over. He knew that you wasn't going to be obedient. He knew that you wasn't truly was going to hearken to his voice. It had to take somebody in your family to die just for you to even listen, man. Why do somebody in your family has to die just for half of us to listen? Families, but people don't believe in blood covenants, man. People don't believe in covenants. Families, in order to have a covenant, it takes blood, man. That's what I'm trying to say, families. There's a difference between men and boys. There's a difference between women and girls. There's a difference between people that sit there and they say that they are followers of Christ, and then there's a difference, and people that know that they are of Christ, families. There's a difference, man. It's a difference, man.
I make money there in China, and somebody comes in and starts blowing, for all you know, it's roach killer. I mean, you don't know what it is, right? You just have to trust the government that they know what they're doing. And let's just hope they're not just blowing smoke there. So.
But the point is that this has become the norm in China. Everyone in the office is wearing a mask, and you have a man spraying an unknown substance, which is supposed to be
in the air.
Now this dude, like they were saying, they don't know what this man is spraying, but he is fully strapped up, families. This dude is strapped the heck up. These people up in their families, wherever they at, and families, they got masks on, families, but families, they ain't got the type of gear that that dude. One dude. Now just imagine, man, it was a truck loaded on cats. Just going to every single neighborhood, kicking down your doors, sitting over here saying that, man, we heard that you was infected. Man, it's crazy, man. It's crazy. People think this is a joke. People think this is a game, man. But you don't have a solution for it. People might want to ask me, what is the solution for it then? Families, my solution for it is to go into these scriptures and let's see what thus said the Lord says, and find out what he wants us to do. That way that he can prepare a way for us.
the air. Okay, this is
that to me clearly indicates that they know it's airborne.
And if it's airborne, Rick, then how do you defeat
that's
that?
That's at a totally new level. Once it's transmitted by air, that's at a totally new level now. That's, you know what? This is why they're now saying 2/3 of the population of the world. That's why they're saying it. They know it's gone airborne.
And they can't say it.
And they can't stop it because it's in the air. That's why they're now saying 2/3 of the human race.
And maybe that was a heads up to not just the smart, well-educated analysts in the world, but more so to the governments to prepare for a World Health Organization announcement that they're finally going to make the jump to global pandemic.
CDC, this is New York Post. Coronavirus can spread through people who are not exhibiting symptoms of the illness, the director of the CDC said on Thursday. Dr. Robert Redfield confirmed reports out of China that the virus can spread when the person is still asymptomatic, according to CNN. So that is a fact that you could have millions of people this week in China who are infected. The numbers explode.
Right.
So next week, there could be 5 million people, and then 10 million people. This is why they're saying 2/3 of the human race. These numbers have changed in the past, 72 hours. We've seen some really dire numbers coming out of officials. Okay, so do you know about what's going on in Georgia? I'm talking about...
Oh, Pause. Hey, bro, man, you remember our class yesterday when Moray Josh was trying to sit there and he gave us a testimony from a elder Octi, bro, Ema, man, from Haiti, and she translated a message where elder Ock, man, had ended up getting a message from the Most High. And families, we went over the Malachims and the Malak. The Malak standing for the king. It stands for the messenger, a personal messenger of the Most High. And Moray Josh was trying to sit here and let us know that we finna ready to go. Hey, blessings, beautiful queen, Black Snowflake. How you doing, Octi? We finna ready to go to that too, sis. Sis, I got about 3 videos, queen, just to kind of keep us up to date. That way that we can be able to tell our wives and you can be able to tell your husbands. You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, baby, man, have you heard of this? Like, well, baby, you need to get on top of this now. Come on now. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm doing. Families, I'm trying to get on top of things that way I can tell my better half, man. I'm supposed to fight for her, families. How am I supposed to fight for her, families, if I don't know what the heck is going on? Then I come in all sick and stuff like that, and then my baby looking at me, she don't know, she just think that because I might be working too hard. But families, the whole time you infected. That's all. But people keep you in entertainment, families. They show you movies and stuff like that. This ain't no movie. That's why the Most High sit there and says, man, that 2/3 of Israel, man, shall perish. As it is written. As it is written. Let's continue. But no. I gotta finish with that testimony. So, bro, you remember when we was in our lesson yesterday for bro, and Moray Josh was giving us a message, a testimony from an Ema, and the Ema was telling us what was happening in Haiti and how the Most High has sat there and says that he is going to send a great flood to Haiti because they wouldn't repent. They wouldn't repent. They kept on doing their wickedness. And then what happened? An earthquake hit. Then all of a sudden a big tsunami came and tore it down, families. Tore it down. You know, but they end up getting this message like months ago. The Most High kept on trying to tell them, repent, repent, repent. Only certain few men is going to come and try to warn you. Only a couple people is going to, that's not crying no wolf, families. Crying wolf is people that tell you about stuff that they don't even have the answer for. That's crying wolf. That's what a crying wolf is. Until if one day it actually do happen. These are people that talk about fake news. Like, that ain't real. That person ain't dead. That person ain't dead. That person, you know them are crying. That's crying wolf. When somebody had died, but you saying they is alive, but you don't even know where they at, but you saying they are. That's like the Kobe Bryant situation. I didn't want to say the name. That's like Kobe Bryant. You got a lot of people out here right now that sitting here truly believe that this man and his daughter is alive, but the 7 other people that was in that helicopter families are dead. Families, I run away from that type of crap, man. For number 1, you don't have no proof of what you just said. For number 2, families, if they are so-called wicked, it takes blood, families, to perform a spiritual ritual. It takes blood, man. I stay far away from people that talk like that because you don't know what you're talking about. Let's go.
The state of Georgia in the United States, Atlanta. CBS News, Channel 46. 200 people in Georgia self-monitoring for coronavirus. 200. This is the Georgia Department of Public Health confirmed that approximately 200 people in Georgia are self-monitoring for symptoms of the new virus. These individuals recently returned from China and are self-monitoring for the virus from their home.
Okay.
The Department of Public Health said they are showing no symptoms, and there are no Georgia travelers who have returned from Wuhan requiring quarantine. But wait a minute,
but
the CDC just said you can go weeks with no symptoms.
And this is just 200 who voluntarily called the Georgia Department of Public Health just out of civic duty. Hey, I've returned from China, not even Wuhan or Hubei province. The epicenter.
Wait a minute, the department didn't order them?
No, they voluntarily called saying, I just returned from China. Again, not from the epicenter, from China. So I'm going to self-quarantine. This isn't even a forced quarantine. This is just a self-contamination, voluntary
But you
quarantine.
don't know if that person in the evening decided to go down to the Wawa store and get a soft drink.
Beautiful queen. When I was at my first job, sis, on the news, sis, it was showing you how many people that's in the United States that are actually infected, sis. So you got a lot of people, man, that are kind of scared at this moment, just because of there's certain places like here in Houston, the temperature here is so bipolar, queen, that it's sad. You know what I'm saying? Like in the morning time, sis, it be cold. By the time it hit, like it might be like maybe 40, like 42. You know, by the time it hit noon, queen, it's like almost like 60 something. And then like tonight when I was coming home, sis, it's like 38. Like your body is getting confused, you know what I'm saying? And families, that's how they is sending all this stuff out. But then they're gonna tell you that when the springtime comes, the coronavirus won't be around. Families, they send these viruses when it's cold. Dead winter. Dead winter, families. And that's how a lot of people can get sick. You know, and that's how they can really kill a lot of people, families, during the dead winter. So when January comes, families, which was a month that was created by who? Julius Caesar. Families, January is not part of the Most High calendar. It's not. It was created by Julius Caesar, and it was to represent a Greek god in the name of Janus, just as well as February. February is representing Tammuz, you know what I'm saying? Nimrod and Semiramis. That's why that's how you come up with Cupid. Because Tammuz when Nimrod died, Tammuz and Semiramis end up having sex with her own son, families. You know what I'm saying? And they end up having a child and named Cupid. So you got to go into your Greek mythology. It's deep, sis. It's deep, man. This stuff is deep. That's why they celebrate Valentine. It's deep, man. This stuff is deep, y'all. You know, so but you just got to do your research, families, and what most people don't talk about. You must talk about these things. You must research these things. That's why I gave us these scriptures, family. 2 Thessalonians chapter 2. It'd be 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, verses 3 through 4, as well as Hebrews chapter 5. When you read Hebrews chapter 5, it's only meant for men and women, not kids. It's not meant for those that has a childlike mindset. Because the Most High sat there and says that when you was a child, you thought as a child. But when you become a man, you put away all childish things. So when you go to Hebrews 5, he's only speaking to warriors. When you go to Galatians chapter 6, 7, and 9, these are those that don't believe in karma. I want to let you know right now, you was a liar. You're a liar, because Galatians chapter 6, 7, and 9 is telling you that you reap what you sow. What goes around is going to come right back around. So if you backstab somebody, best believe you're going to get backstabbed. But if you always doing good and stuff, the Most High He's going to make sure He rewards you for that. But if you do evil going to come back on you. Yeah, you see how the rain? Yeah, bro. That's why the weather is, but the Most High is showing you the signs. He's showing you the signs, like on certain days, man, like how the season just been changing, bro. People can't even determine the seasons, but guess who can? But guess who know the seasons better than we do? But we supposed to be having dominion over the animals, families. The animals are more smarter than we are in this hour, man. They know something's wrong. They know their families. They know when to cover up, man. They go into hidings, go into caves and everything, families. They see the wrath of the Most High. But families, us, we go on about our day as if ain't nothing going on. Well, we got to clock in because we got bills to pay. I got insurance. I got to get this car note out the way. I got to put food on the table. You know what I'm saying? But the animals, families, the animals don't come out until they know something is right. Families, when something wrong, you don't see no many animals like that, man. Let's go.
I never thought you'd save me like that. You brought me through so much as I
Hey, big sis,
reminisce.
beautiful Queen Snowflake, man, you strong out your queen. Man, you're on the right track, sis. Don't let nobody change
Creator of
who you
all, I
are,
know
family.
you made me.
The Most High has set you apart, sis. It's meant for you to know the things that
You
you know.
sent down your son so he could save me, and he could set me free. Set me free. I never thought you'd change me like this. Oh no, no, no. You brought me through my ups and downs, and now we come to this. You sent down your son just so we could die for my sin. And I searched for my true love, and now I know where it is. Oh yeah, I never thought you'd raise me like this. Patient and waiting, you always kept me right. Focused and open to what I had in my heart. You left it there from the start. No man could tear us apart. Creator of all, I know you made me like this. You sent down your son so he could make me righteous. I never could fight whatever you like is. The next thing I'll do, I'll take my orders from you, Jesus. I love you, I love you. I put no one above you, above you. Lord, I adore you, adore you. Lord, I worship you, I worship you. Jesus, I love you, I love you. I put no one above you, above you. Lord, I adore you, adore you. Lord, I worship you.
Let's go to our next mix, families, man, before we go to some more jewels that I gotta show y'all, families. I don't believe in no fairy tale type of crap, families, man. I try to show you, man, what the Most High, man, puts in my heart, families. And I don't know it all, families, but I try to show you that I'm a soldier out here, families. I'm gonna fight for you, families. The Most High got our back.
So take a look at me now. Lord, your love for me is more than I can tell. And you don't love me cause I love you. Because love is who you are. You never, ever, ever, ever leave me. Even when I mess up, you forgive me. And you love me more than I love me. So that's why I say, ain't no love like your love.
So wherever you lead, I'll go. The devil tried to steal my joy, cause he knows that you love it, and he hates that you love it. That don't even matter, cause he's always hating, and you're always loving. That's all I need. Every time I call, you pick. Every time I fall, you pick. Your love takes me high. Love don't play games. And when I think that I don't really love you, you make me know your love is enough for me. Ain't no love like your love. Love unusual from above. So wherever you lead, I'll go. In your love I can trust always. You stay still, nobody else left me. In your love I can trust always. You stay still, nobody else left me. You're the lover, I'm the loved. Your love adorns me and looks so good to me. My sins you don't remember. You declared me not guilty, saved me from my own choices. Sent your son to die for me, and now I'm free.
You love me before I could love myself. You stayed when everybody left. Unconditional, why continually set my eyes on lost things. I don't know why you still love me, cause I'm always down to when I was down, topsy-turvy, still felt your arms while I stretched like eternity. Can't break this bond, this chemistry. This love got no end in infinity. There's no way the love show like on Calvary. Make my life bleed like a candle. You protect me, no bro handle. Yeah, for the fight, always there. You don't do 9 to 5. Yes, grass for life, well, we'll love for life.
Ain't no love like your love. Love unusual from above. And though this song's end now, but your love for me ain't never ending.
Hey, that's my joint right there, families, man. That's what I'm talking about, families. One of these days, if it's the Most High's willing, families, during our Sabbath weekend, families, I will get a nice playlist for us, families. I will get a wonderful playlist for us. With that being said, families, I got some beautiful music that I do want us to listen to, but we got some more information that we need to go into, families. Let's go.
A new amphibious combat vehicles. A wounded Navy destroyer returns to the sea. The Fitzgerald, remember? The Chinese took it over. The U.S. military is prepping for the Karachi pandemic. You saw that video right there. It says, in this week's briefing, the American Karachi evacuees from China arrive on the U.S. military bases. Marines try out a new amphibious combat vehicles. A wounded Navy destroyer returns to the sea. The Fitzgerald, remember? The Chinese took it over and crashed it. The Fitzgerald, well, it's back on the sea. Any troops may get Purple Hearts for injuries received from Iran's missile attack. Those stories and more on the briefing. U.S. North Command is executing plans to prepare for a potential pandemic of the Karachi, now called COVID-19. COVID-19. It's the Karachi. According to Navy and Marine Corps service-wide messages issued this week, an executive order issued by the Joint Chief Staff and approved by Defense Secretary Mark Esper this month directed NORCOM and geographic combat commanders to initiate pandemic plans, which include ordering commanders to prepare for widespread outbreaks and confining service members with a history of travel to China. The Navy and Marine Corps messages issued Tuesday and Wednesday, respectively, reference an executive order directing U.S. North Command to implement the Department of Defense Global Campaign Plan for Pandemic Influenza and Infectious Diseases 3551-13. Document serves as the Pentagon's blueprint for planning and preparing for widespread dispersion of influenza and previously unknown diseases. U.S. Northern Command said Wednesday it was directed by the Joint Staff February 1st to commence prudent planning in their assigned synchronizing role in the department's plan for pandemic flu and disease. But in no way does the planning indicate a greater likelihood of an event developing. As military professionals, planning for a range of contingencies is something we owe the American people. Navy Lieutenant Commander.
Now, that was Solomon Nelly that they just showed right there, families. A lot of people think that man is alive. Families, I'm trying to tell you right now, families. Families, man, I stay far away from them type of people. Families, man, if the people that's supposed to be dead, you got people out here, man, that think they are alive, man. You got people out here that think they're alive. Families, for a new world order, when it comes down, especially families with the EU families, they not looking for no so-called puppets. You get what I'm saying? Families, they need people like Bill Gates, scientists and stuff like that. Families that way that if they did decide to do a nuclear warfare, families, and just start nuking almost every single country, families, and just get you infected based upon the radiation. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna die eventually. Families, they need people of high intelligence to what repopulate the what area or the earth. You know what I'm saying? So these are people that understand warfare. Families, have the people that most people be listening to. Families, they won't, man, they won't bust a grape, man, but they be the first one to sit there and say, I don't fear no man. Families, you can tell that they got a fear of man, because if you put a gun to their head right now, families, they probably shit in their pants. Like real talk. Like real talk. These the type of people, families, that believe that everything is fake. What the news be telling you, fake. What most people, the information they bring out to you, fake. The ones that sit there and say that everything is fake, they the only ones that holds the truth. They are the key. They the only one that know the truth. Don't nobody else out here on this planet know the truth. So we must listen to you, because you the only one that know the truth. Man, Hasatan is a lie. I'm gonna tell you that right now. But they don't tell you about no ordership. They don't tell you how you supposed to establish ordership. They don't tell you about no structure. No nothing. No nothing. They don't tell you how you supposed to use your mouth as a rod. No nothing. But families, they have all the truth.
Mike Hatfield said, "We coordinate with other combatant We coordinate with other combatant commands to assess potential impacts in the event of a pandemic, and we ensure the U.S. military is poised to respond as required," Hatfield said in a statement. "The military profession fosters a culture of planning, and the fact that we are coordinating planning efforts across the geographical combatant commands is consistent with how we prepare to respond if directed." That was a bunch of malarkey. What was that saying? ... According to the Marine Corps message, Mar Admin 082/20, commanders are to review their disease containment plans and take preparatory and precautionary actions to protect service members, installations, and ships. This includes ensuring that the plans contain procedures for response, isolation, quarantine, restriction of movement, and community-based intervention, as well as developing measures to contain and treat those possibly exposed. The Marine Corps' mission, according to the message, is to prepare for potential outbreaks of the Karachi monster. The service must mitigate, respond, and recover from the effects in order to maintain force readiness. The Karachi, aka COVID-19, the flu-like virus that originated in Wuhan, China, Wuhan 900 or Wuhan 400. Yeah, it was a book written by Dean Koontz. Apparently, it took place in Wuhan, China.
I don't want to die today.
Wuhan
I don't
400.
want to get
China is now responsible for killing more than
I don't want to die
1,100
today.
people, sickening at least 50,000 people. China is responsible. While the rate of new cases have fallen in the past several days in Wuhan and Hubei province, the death toll continues to climb, topping more than 100 in a single day. Monday.
Pause. Now, families, as the wicked, because Hasatan does have power over the earth, families. So as the wicked continue to rule those that are disobedient and they have a lack of knowledge, families, and understanding, then families, you will still see the death tolls continue. But families, a lot of people call them actors. I never seen 1,000,000-something actors, families, that not getting paid for nothing, and families, you can't find them nowhere. Are they dead? Or are they still alive? Well, if all of them are acting, where they hiding? Where are they hiding? let's continue. Do not be deceived in this hour, families. That's why I showed y'all all that, families. Just to show y'all, families, man, that a lot of people in this hour, families, some of them cats don't know what they talking about. Man, I'm being like dead serious. I'm being for real. Like when it comes down to people don't understand spiritual warfare. You is in a spiritual war. This is war. That's why they call it spiritual warfare.
Break, separate. Crush, break, separate the harvest.
So, I get what you're saying. So you saying the teeth. You know the teeth is a representative of the Hebrew word Deshan or Deshen.
Right.
And it's interesting because salvation, Yasha.
Mm-hmm.
The root word of, or the core word of Yasha is Deshan.
Mm-hmm.
Teeth.
Right.
Separate. So in order to obtain salvation, there has to be a separation or a ripping first.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We will have to finish our lesson from last night, families. For those, man, that was part of that lesson from with us last night. It was late last night, families. But families, we got it in, family. We putting in some real work. Man, we don't need to have 300-something people or 100-something people, man, to sit here and agree to what. You don't have to agree to what I say. Agree to the word. Agree to the scriptures, families. I'm your brother. That's all I am. I don't need you to say thank you. I don't need you to say I appreciate that. No, none of that. All I need you to do is be like, man, that's my brother right there. I see he putting in that work. That's all I need, family. The only name that you're supposed to be exalting in this hour is your creator, your father. And speak his name through your lips. That's why I'm glad that the Most High has shown me these brothers and these sisters, families. This was our midweek Wednesday Bible class, families, to get us ready for our lesson for the Sabbath weekend, families. That's coming up. Hey, shalom, beautiful queen, Mama Miranda. How you doing, Akti? Yep, sis, you already know it, Iman. We gotta finish the class for the night, and that this was from last night, families. So we gotta finish this off, and then, families, we is going to go to honor and humility, where Uriel is going to tell you to not be deceived. Now, families, he just sat there and tells you about a separation. People sit there and talk about division, but they don't understand the division, families. They don't understand that. They don't understand. They think that when the Most High sit there and says that you are set apart, that is a division, man. That's division. There are people that will be set apart, and there will be people that will be stuck in their ways. Which one are you? That's the question. How can you be set apart but you ain't obeying? You ain't in obedience. You don't obey commands. That means you're not set apart. You just like the other million-something people, families, that are stuck in their ways and can't nobody tell you nothing because you grown. Well, you ain't God. You can't tell me you don't know it all. But families, I ain't damn one of it. Then the Most High sit there and says, man, that families, he wants you to listen to him. I'm just reading you the verse that said, thus said the Lord. If you don't take heed to that, man, the Most High clearly tells us to dust our feet and keep it pushing. We did our job for that day, families. You let them know. You warn them. You tell them to repent, believe, and baptism, families, and keep it pushing, families. That's what you're supposed to do. With that being said, families, let's go. Because I just got to bring this out for those, man, that don't believe in karma. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't have a clue about what you're talking about. And you willing to speak that through your lips in this hour, man. That don't make no sense. 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, 3 and 4. We're going to read verses, no, we're going to read verses 2 through 4. Nah, 2 through 5. 2 Thessalonians chapter 2. Now we beseech you, brethren, by the coming of our Almighty Yeshua HaMashiach, by the coming of who? Jesus the Christ, and by our gathering together unto him. Our gathering, who is he talking about? The set apart ones. That ye be not soon shaken in mind. These are people, families that are converted over, families. These are people, families that understand the commandments of the Creator. Check this out. Or be troubled, neither by spirit, which is the Ruach, nor by word, which is the Holy Scriptures, nor by letter, as from us. The letter is from the prophets, as that the day of Hamashiach is at hand. The day of who is at hand? Families. Then we say all the time, time is of the essence, and you cannot be wasting time, because who timing are you on? You ain't on yours. You was on the Most High Yah's time. And families, a lot of people have been telling y'all that Yahuwah Tazavot, the Lord of Hosts, is pissed off, man. He's mad as heck right now, families. Check this out. Verse 3. Let no man deceive you by any means, for that day shall not come, except there come a what? Falling away first, and that man of sin be revealed, the son of prediction. Now, families, when that day comes, families, there going to be a lot of people that going to fall away from this truth. And families, us that's in this truth right now, we claiming our banner of truth, families. And that is the words of Yah. Families, that's Yasharallah. Yasharallah, Israel. You're not claiming no other banner on this planet, man. That's saying whatever group that you come from, families, and you saying that for life, you wrong. You out of order. I gotta tell you that. You can't be speaking that, and not in this hour. Not in this hour. Why? Verse 2 again. That ye be not soon shaken in mind, or be troubled, neither by ruach, nor by word, nor by letter, as from us, as that the day of Hamashiach is at hand. Let's go back to verse 4. Who opposeth and exalteth himself above all that is called Eldonai, or that is worshipped, so that he, as the Eldonai, sitteth in the temple of the Eldonai, showing himself that he is the Eldonai. Remember, yea, not that when I was yet with you, I told you these things. Who told us these things? Hamashiach, Yeshua, families, Emmanuel. Let's prove that. Matthew chapter 24. Let's prove that. So when I hear other people with different philosophies, but you coming in our scriptures and you flip the scriptures, I'm pissed off about that, because now you're trying to deceive me. Let's prove that. And this was going to happen to every people that got a group out here. And you sitting there saying that the Most High Yah brought this together, and you putting his name behind whatever group you is in. The Most High is going to tear that temple down, and not one stone is going to be left standing, because you're not claiming Israel. That's why. Check this out. We got to read Matthew 24, 1 through 5. Let's go. And Yeshua went out and departed from the temple, and his disciples came to him for to show him the building of the temple. And Yeshua said unto them, see ye not all these things? He did that with a question mark, and then he said, truly I say unto you, there shall not be left here one stone upon another that shall not be thrown down. Families, he just wasn't talking about the temple that was in Jerusalem. Families, man, he's as well talking about any other temple that anybody is, and you calling it the body of Hamashiach. Like real talk. If you're not talking ordership, then families, you're not talking about the true temple. You're not. You're not commanding us to do something that says, "Thus said the Lord." You coming up with your own rules. Check this out. And as he sat upon the Mount of Olives, the disciples came unto him privately, saying, "Tell us, when shall all these things be?" With a question mark. What shall be the sign? Why? Who's waiting for the sign? Israel waiting for the sign of thy coming and the end of the world. What world, families? He ain't talking about the whole world, families. He's talking about the world of the wicked ones. And Yeshua answered and said unto them, "Take heed that no man deceive you, for many shall come in who? In his name," families, saying, "I am Hamashiach," and shall deceive many. And ye shall hear of wars and rumors of wars. What we hearing right now, families? What we hearing right now? See that ye be not troubled, for all these things must come to pass, but the end is not yet. Let's go something, families, to I'm gonna say Galatians for last, because that's gonna be a dagger for those, man, that don't know what they talking about. Let's go to Hebrews chapter 5. This is the order you're supposed to be in this hour. Hebrews chapter 5. This is the order you're supposed to be in this order. That's how I know people don't know what they talking about. Families, only Israel is speaking like this in this hour. We claiming our banner of truth. We claiming that we are Israel. There's no other religion out here, families. People call themselves body of believers. Families, who do you believe in? You must believe in Hasatan, because you can't believe in the Messiah, because the Messiah is commanding you to do something. That's why I said, families, I don't follow a lot of people that talk about the body of believers, because, families, you could be talking about the belief of the devil. I don't know who you're talking about. I don't know who you're talking about. We got to read verse 8 through 14. Let's go. Though he were a son, yet learned he obedience by the things which he suffered. Who suffered this and who obeyed? So when a person sat there and says that he was good, and Hamashiach sat there and says, why thou call me good? There's only one that is good, and that's the Most High. So if he can correct a person to sit here and say, why you calling, that's like you calling me good. Man, you a good person. Families, I'm supposed to say the exact same thing my big brother said. Why are you calling me good? There's only one that is good, and that's the Most High. Let's continue. You got to be obedient, families. A lot of people is not obedient in this hour. Because, family, they don't know what order they in. I can tell you that now. Let's go. And being made perfect, who was made perfect? Hamashiach. He became the author of eternal salvation unto all them. All who? All them that obey him. Families, he only going to be eternal salvation for only those that obey him. Let's continue. Called of the Elohim, a high priest after the orders of what? Child told, I've been telling people, family, you was in an order. Melchizedek, king of righteousness, the Malek of righteousness, the Malek of peace. Let's continue. Verse 10. Again, called of the Eldonai, and high priest after the order of Melchizedek, of whom we have many things to say, and hard to be uttered, seeing ye are all dull. He said all dull. Who is he talking to? Let's see, read that again. Of whom we have many things to say, and hard to be uttered, seeing ye are all dull of hearing. For when, for the time, yea, ought to be teachers. Who ought to be teachers? These are those families that are coming into these scriptures, families. They saying that the Holy Spirit is teaching them all things, families. And families, they ain't told you not one order, not yet. Not yet. Watch this. For when the time ye ought to be teachers, ye have need that one teach you again. Who's supposed to teach you again, families? Which be the first principles of the oracles of the Elohim, and are become such as have need of milk and not of strong meat. These people, family, the Most High is telling them, man, that they need the Most High is telling them, families, they need the milk first, families, and they don't need the strong meat. Because, families, they need to be taught again. Who will be teaching them in that hour, families? Those that are part of Israel. It's not just the it's not just the Ruach, families. The Ruach is going to lead people in your presence, families, to teach you again. To teach you. How do you know this? For everyone that uses milk is unskillful in the word of righteousness, for he is a babe. Who is that talking to? Let's continue. But strong meat belongeth to them that are full of age. These are people, man, that are older. They are wiser, man. These are people, families, man, that understand ordership, families. They understand the orders of Melchizedek. But strong meat belongeth to them that are full of age, even those who by reason of use have the sense have their senses exercised to discern both good and evil. Families, that's what we doing right now, families. Families, we're not looking for the milk no more. Families, man, we full of age right now, families. We are willing to be retaught again, families, and we want the meat of the word. The Most High already tell you, families, that you need to be retaught, families. And those that call themselves teachers, families, you're not a teacher, families, if you're not being taught correctly. And you're not teaching your brothers and sisters, true sons and daughters of Zion, a royal priesthood, families, on this earth. He's saying that you are unskillful. It doesn't matter how many people you're talking to. Don't matter how many people you're talking to. Y'all all are dull of hearing. All of y'all. Let's in that room. Let's prove that. Galatians chapter 6. Let's prove that. These are people that say hallelujah, man. It's something you don't need to be saying hallelujah to. Galatians chapter 6, 7 and 9. Hey, shalom, King Lyrically Outspoken. How you doing, bro? Hi, man, bro. It's good to see you, King. Man, let's go. All right, families. These are those, man. So the Most High already sat there and says, families, that those that are not willing to learn, families, he's sitting there saying that they are unskillful in righteousness and they are babe. The Most High sat there and says that he are looking for men. He's looking for men to eat what? The strong meat. The strong meat of what? He's not talking about food. He's talking about his words. So, families, for those that don't believe in karma, let's see what the Most High is telling you what you're supposed to believe in. We got to read verses of Galatians chapter 6, 7 and 9. We're going to prove that. Let's go. You know what? We're going to start with verse 3 and we're going to read down to 9 because that's powerful. Let's go. For if a man think himself to be something when he is nothing, he deceiveth himself. Are we going over be not deceived? Be not deceived? Okay, let's go. But let every man prove his own work. Family, this is your true faith. But you must prove that. Let's go. So faith without works is dead. And then shall he have rejoicing in himself alone and not in another. For every man shall bear his own witness. He didn't just sit there and say that the body of believers. He didn't just sit there and say just what little group that you came up with. He didn't just sit there and say how many people following you and they exalting your name in this hour without them exalting the Most High name. No, he's saying every man. Let's go. For every man shall bear his own burden. Let him that is taught in the word communicate unto him that teacheth in all good things. Then we just read Hebrews 5. Let's continue. Be not deceived. The Eldonai is not mocked. For whatsoever a man soweth, that shall he also reap. That is karma. Let's continue. That's why he sat there and says, be not deceived. The Most High is not mocked. So when a person sit here and clearly, literally sit here and tell you, families, that they don't believe in that, that means you can do whatever you want to do. You can do bad. All you got to do is just repent. And you don't think that the Most High ain't going to come and holler at you. No, families, best believe. You repent, you're going to have to repent for that. But the Most High going to come and holler at you. He going to come and holler at you. Best believe that. Because what you bound on this earth, your guardian angel when it sent that to the heavens, man. That's why you got to be careful about what you see, what you speak. You got to be careful about what you do. You got to be careful about what you look at. You got to be careful about what you listen to. You got to be careful about a lot. You got to be careful about the group that you was around. You got to be careful about a lot of things, man. That's what I'm trying to tell you, family. People don't know the true order that they are in. That's why we read Hebrews 5. Let's continue. Man, you know what? I got to read verse 7 again, because that right there, it need to resonate to a lot of people that don't get that understanding. Be not deceived. The Most High is not mocked. For whatsoever a man soweth, that shall he also reap. For he that soweth to his flesh shall the flesh reap corruption. But he that soweth to the Spirit, the Ruach, shall the Spirit reap life everlasting. Families, that means that families, whatever you do in the flesh or within the spirit, what goes around, going to come back around. And when the Most High come and see you, come and holler at you on visitation day, you can't blame nobody. Well, I was watching this one brother, and he sat there and he read the scripture, and it resonated with me, and it sounded pretty good to me. And that, man, do not be deceived. What's wrong with people out here, man? Just because a person read you a scripture, families, they cherry picking certain scriptures. And then families, when they do that type of stuff, families, they're not doing it with precepts. A precept is a command. You is commanded to do precepts. Let us continue. And let us not be weary in well doing, for in due season we shall weep if we faint not. As we have therefore opportunity, let us do good unto all men, especially unto them who are of the household of what? Faith. Now that's when you can sit here and say the body of believers. But the believers are what? The ordership, man. Let's go to our lesson, family. Let's go to our lesson. So families, man, I'm only around those, man, that endorse in strong meat. Families, I don't mess with babes. I don't got time to, especially what's going on in this hour. Families, I'm not messing with those, because the Most High is clearly telling me that people that come with a childlike mindset, he's telling me that you're unskillful in righteousness. He's literally telling me that you are unskillful in righteousness. Let's go back to Hebrews 5. That way that people can get that understanding again. So when you come as a babe in this, verse 12 again. For the time ye ought to be teachers. There's people that you go listen to. They so-called teachers, families. If they coming from these scriptures, they are teaching you. Ye have need that one teaches you again. You have the need. He didn't say you have to. He said you need to have somebody to teach you again, which be the first principles of the oracles of the Most High, and are become such as have need of milk, and not of strong drink. For everyone that useth milk is unskillful in the word of righteousness. For he is a babe. But strong meat belongeth to them that are full age. He said, what? But strong meat belongeth to them that are full age. He said, what? But strong meat belongeth to them that are full age, even those who by reason of use have their senses. Your senses is coming from your mind. Exercise to discern. That is discernment, both good and evil. That's why when you go to Galatians, verse 6, which is a precept to this, people playing out here, man. People playing with your creator. That's why when you go to Galatians chapter 6, verse 7, be not deceived. The Most High is not mocked. For whatsoever a man soweth, that he shall also reap. Karma. Let's go to our lesson, man.
Big verse. Yeah. So now let's go back to who can the immerser. Whole Isaiah 41. Let's go back to Matthew 3.
Hey, shalom, beautiful Queen Soldier Girl. Man, I had to put that on the airwave because we got people speaking false doctrine in this hour, man.
Matthew 3, verse 7. But when many saw of the Pharisees and the Sadducees came to his immersion, he said unto them, O generation of vipers, who have warned you the wrath to come? Bring forth therefore fruit meet for repentance. And think not to say within yourselves, we have Abraham to be our father. For I say unto you that Abraham is to raise up what? These stones. These stones. Now let's go back to Isaiah 41. Now let's read. Let's read about them stones again. I saw Abraham in. Isaiah 41. Let's go to 8 and let's skip to 14. But thou, Israel, my servant, even Jacob, who I have chosen thee, my friend. He says they not, because the Most High will raise up stones. 14. Fear not, thou worm, Jacob, and men of Israel. I will help thee, saith Yahuwah, thy Redeemer, the Holy One of Israel. Behold, I will make thee a sharp threshing instrument, and thou shalt thresh the mountains, and beat them small, and thou shalt make them a shaft. Now, so let's go back to that. Let's go back. Let's look at this now. So the purpose of the sledge is to break the crops and to separate the seeds. So he's saying that you're going to go thresh. That means on every mountain. That means you got to look at the context of mountains and hills. He says every mountain is going to be humble and every valley is going to be exalted. That's a Hebraism, right? What it means is the most powerful places are going to fall. and the lowly places are going to rise. So he said, when you go up on the hill with a sledge, that means you're going to crush the most powerful nations. You want to know why? Because you was crushed by the most powerful nation. Seed time and harvest. You got to die, you got to descend before you can ascend. You got to die before you can live. Isaiah 41, again, 15. Behold, I will make thee a new sharp instrument. So the threshing floor is going to be crushed by you. Threshing instrument, having teeth. Thou shalt thresh the mountains, beat them in small, and they're going to make them as chaff. Once you get them as chaff, you're going to scatter them. That's what that means. This is the reason why it says, he that leads into captivity must. You hear my Yahoo say, every man, he got to go back to his own land. Thou shalt fan them, the wind. Hold up. The wind? So who was the wind? Yahuwah. Because he said the fan is in his hand. He said the fan is in his hand. So that means that he can't fan until you crush. So we can go back to Yahoo 3 and read that. That ain't it what he said? He said the axe is laid to the root. Then he said his fan is in his hand and he will thoroughly purge his floor. Behold, I'll make thee a new sharp threshing instrument that having teeth. Thou shalt thresh the mountains and beat them in small, make them like chaff. Thou shalt fan them. Yahuwah's going to fan them. And the wind shall carry them away. And the whirlwind shall scatter them. He's telling you what's going to happen to them. Let me tell you something. This is going to be one of them hard sayings for some people. If you a Gentile, especially if you're a European Gentile, praise the Most High that you're cleaving right now. You better send up some prayers and thank the Most High. You better be rejoicing in these assemblies, because what I'm telling you is that this time that's coming, y'all, a lot of the European Gentiles are going to be like gypsies in the earth. If they have the number that gypsies have right now. They're going to get the most severe punishment of any people that ever existed. Oh, yeah. And read the text. Don't take my word for this. Read the text and see what it says about European nations at the end. One day I'm going to do a lesson. I'm just going to show you all the scriptures that talk about what's going to happen to Israel. Because the scripture tells you who's going to join themselves to Israel. You ain't got to guess about it. The prophets prophesied it. It'll tell you that in Isaiah, it says that Ethiopia is going to be converted unto you. It says the dromedaries of Midian. That's the right now they call them the Bedouin peoples, the real Arabs that's over there in land. The black folks you see that's just dressed like they're the real Midianites. It says that Ethiopia, and it says the Midianites. Then it goes and says that there'll be an altar in Mitzrayim. So it means the real Kemet, because the people that's in that land ain't the real Kemet. They're not the real Egyptians. But it says that so Egypt is coming to you. Cush is coming to you. Like I say, Midian's coming to you. Then it says that Moab and Ammon gonna be restored. All these are African nations. Ain't named one European nation yet. Ain't named one yet. Then it talks about, like I said, the restoration of Moab, Ammon. Talks about Ethiopia. Talks about Egypt. Talks about all these are nations that joined themselves to Israel in that time. And then when it talks about Europe, it says Hasatan gathers them together. Don't take my word for it. Go read it. If you cleave into the Most High, you better praise the Most High that He done gave you the revelation about Yasharel, the straight paths, and cleave and because in this hour, people say whatever they want to say. Don't take my word for it. Go read the text. After this calamity that goes on, the Europeans are going to be so few in number, they're going to almost be like an endangered species. And it ain't going to be by us. It's going to be by the sword, pestilence, famine. It's going to be the sword, pestilence, and famine. Watch the tell y'all right now, watch the coronavirus. First of all, the coronavirus is probably, they already said it's constantly mutating. So it's going to be something else that they're going to call another name. I seen an article, and I mean, I'm just giving you the context of how this stuff is going to play out. I already told you, the devices that they set forth to kill you is going to kill them. They set a snare for themselves. That's what Yahoo said. They caught in their own snare. Don't believe me, go read it. They're going to get caught in their own snare. Back in the 80s, they created this thing called the Human Genome Project. That's the reason why you're doing this stuff like you going to what you call it, Ancestry.com. You go to these sites, you do your DNA. All this stuff it started with the Human Genome Project, right? Human Genome Project started in the 80s. They went all over the world mapping out everybody's genome sequence. Because they told everybody, we're going to be able to make custom medicines. But really what they meant is we're going to create custom diseases. I seen an article from a reputable source, and they said that these new diseases are going to get out of hand because they've been creating designer diseases, specifically for specific ethnicities. So they create these things because they're going to unleash them on certain populations. They already started it. There's a video online. That's the reason why when I was still working at a hospital, I was about to get the flu virus. Most High came to me, not flu virus. I wasn't getting the flu virus. I was getting a shot. Same thing. So, same thing. So, the Most High came to me in a dream/vision, and he spoke to me because I was like, should I get it? Because they were gonna fire me if I don't, or they'll basically put me in a position where I want to be fired. Like I'll be like walking around with a mask and can't be seen. All this kind of craziness. So I was praying about it, and the Most High it came in a dream. He said, like I'm talking to y'all right now. He said, defile not yourself. And he said, anyway, and he told me some other stuff, but I don't tell everything. The Most High tell me. But he told me some other stuff in that dream too. And so after that, somebody sent me a video, and this is a video. You can go look it up yourself. Y'all online, go look up FBI or CIA meeting flu virus weapon or something like that. Go look that up, and you'll run across this video that was shot by them. It's almost like a C-SPAN type video, and it's like these people that's from the CIA, and they talking about weaponizing flu. This is like that. What? How many years ago? 3 years ago. Weaponizing flu, and in the video they said how that the flu is a carrier for other DNA sequences, and so they tested this certain type of flu virus in Afghanistan. And in the video, this is no joke. This is not no fortified video. This is like, you can see the little tag in the bottom. These people from the FBI, CIA, they sitting around talking to this guy, this scientist. He's doing like this PowerPoint, and they showing like CAT scans of people that gave the virus. And they said, well, we gave them this flu vaccination, and they said that it helped curtail religious extremism, which means that, and he said, look, in this CAT scan, you see this part of the brain lights up when we read scriptures or religious paraphernalia to this person. And they said after we gave them the flu vaccine, and this person, we read the same thing to them, and they didn't have that activity in that part of their brain anymore. It's a certain part of their brain they say that's activated when people read religious material. So they said when they get vaccinated this person for the flu, after they did the CAT scan on them, they realized that they became less susceptible to religious material. Right. So you saw the same video? Yeah, so what the sister was saying is that after they would go back and reread, like, they would read the text or scriptural text to them, that the part of your brain is associated, there's certain parts that's, with endorphins and stuff like that. But the part of your brain that lights up when you're repulsed by things started activating. So they had basically they were giving people a vaccine that was turning them against the scriptures. And then because the flu is basically like a bus. It can carry all kind of other like genetic stuff with it. So saying all that to say this, I'm just telling you how wicked these people are. They designed that coronavirus for a specific group of people. Them people and the Europeans share some genetic sequences. One of them is the Neanderthal gene. One of them is the Neanderthal gene. So when they manipulating these things, them two people, them two ethnic groups, right? That share them like sequences. When this thing do mutate, it's gonna hit them, and it's gonna hit them like ain't nobody ever seen. I'm telling y'all, the devices that they creating is gonna hit them. So the ones that are repentant and that's cleaving and that's cleaving to Israel to turn to the way, man, praise the Most High that the Most High gave you that revelation, because I'm telling y'all, the judgment that they about to receive is not gonna be no other. It's like they're gonna be. This reason why I said they're gonna be. They said they're gonna be a muted out people in the midst of a people. If you go read, I think Ezekiel or something, that's basically what it says. Like they almost gonna be like this vagabond people in the midst of every other nation. And then parts of it said they're gonna be sold to like wild men. The word Sabian really means wild men. So they're gonna be sold to countries that hate them. Bruh. You better thank the Most High. So, Bella, you about to say something? So, right. Right. Yeah. 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 Yeah, the ones that are the righteous ones that turn, that shoot, yeah, we with them. You know what I'm saying? Now the ones that gonna come over here and think that they're gonna tell us what to do, you done lost your mind.
Thank you. And I'm glad that Moray Josh said that, families, because families, when you go into the book of Revelation, it sits there and it talks about that after that 1,000 year reign that Hamashiach will be reigning on this earth is up. The Most High will release the beast again, families. And families, when Hasatan get released again, it's going to go to one place. It's going to go straight to Gog and Magog. What place on this earth is called Gog and Magog? Russia. This stuff is deep, man. This stuff is deep. After the 1,000 year reign, it's in the book of Revelations, my brothers and sisters. After the 1,000 year reign is up, the millennial reign, the Most High is going to open up the gate again, families, and he's going to release the beast. And families is going to go to one nation, Gog and Magog. There's only one nation that we know about right now, families, that's called the land of Magog, Russia.
You lost your mind. I done have some of them do that. They come to me and they're like, now all of a sudden they gonna tell us what to do. Nah, this is our nation. Said it ain't just them. It's any Gentile. It could be they could be Ethiopian. They could be Somalian. It could be any other nation. It don't matter. They ain't gonna tell us what to do. It's our nation. But we receive you if you walking righteously. We're gonna receive you. All right. So all that to say this. So when you read the text, you'll see that in the process of all the prophecies, those nations are only connected with destruction. You go read Joel. Joel talks about about the Grecians, right? And how they sold his people into slavery. He said, how can you pay me back? He said, if you pay me back, I return on your own head. Then, like I said, then you got Gog, Magog. You got all these different contexts. Rome, right, which is Babylon. These nations are going to get it, and then all these other places are going to get it too. They all can get that work, but some people have sold much, so they'll reap much. You can't get around the law.
Pause. Glad my brother Moray Josh is even great to talk about. Some people in a soul much, they finna reap much. These are people, families. I'm trying to tell you, these cats don't believe in karma, man. They don't believe in what goes around, come around, families. They believe that all they got to do, families, is just, you know what? I don't know what they believe. I just know what comes out their mouth. And it's not biblically scriptured, man. If you do people good, the Most High sat there and says that actually it ain't the Most High. Hamashiach sat there and says that if you do good, he will go to the Father in his behalf, families, for you. He will go to the Father, families, and anything that you ask for in his name, you shall receive. But he's going to go for you in his behalf, families. For you. But if you do bad, family, he finna come holler at you. Your day of visitation will be sooner than you think. That's why he sat there and says, families, lo, I come quickly, and my reward is with me. He gonna have a double-edged sword, families. Double-edged sword. People are not reading these scriptures right, man. I'm trying to tell you, families, they giving you a whole different type of interpretation, and it's not following ordership, man. It's not. It's not. That's why, families, I stay far away from that type of, you don't believe in no karma type of stuff, you stay far away from me. You stay far away from me because you are doing something that's behind the scenes that don't nobody know other than you and your so-called God that you claiming, and you making it seem like that we all pray the same God. That's why I put a name behind my God. I know Yahuwah Tazavo. I know who the Lord of hosts is, man. And I thank the Most High Yah for letting me, for humbling me and making me understand his scarred name and not be ashamed to say it. Not be ashamed. I'm not ashamed to say it. There's a lot of people out there, man. Yeah, man, King Will I Am, man. You gotta believe in karma, man. Man, you reap what you sow, man. Reap what you sow, man. You do good, good things gonna happen to you. You do bad, man, the Most High finna come and holler at you, man. I don't rock with that you don't believe in no karma type of, I don't rock that. I don't, no, not me. I don't agree with it at all. I don't support that type of crap. If you sitting over here talking about you don't believe in no karma, I don't know. That's a Satan. That's a Hasatan type of thinking, man. Only Satan think like that, man.
You can't. If the sun come up tomorrow, you gonna get that work. It's that simple. If there's night in the evening, you gonna get that work. The sun and the moon are a testimony that you gonna get that work. You can't sow and not reap. Now let's wrap this up. I got most stuff, but I'm just gonna hit the main things for the night. We already over time. Sorry about 9 o'clock. So look at this. So when you look up that word, thresher, right? It's the word morag, right? It means threshing sledge. Now listen what they say, even in the Hebrew Chaldee lexicon. It says, and it gives Isaiah 41:15, Zechariah 24:22, right, as references. It says, a instrument of husbandry, right, for rubbing out corn on the threshing floor. So this is the threshing floor right now. This is the judgment, right? This is the breaking, the gathering of the grain, the separation. It says it consists of 3 or 4 wooden cylinders, right? 3 or 4. 4 is Yehuda, right? Armed with what? Stones of iron. That's that teeth that he's talking about, right? Joined together as a sledge. It is drawn by cattle over the corn that separate the grains from the ear, right? So when you look at that, so what's going on? So the reason why that's important, right? So let me give you some scriptures real fast. Zephaniah, that tie into this. Zephaniah 2, verse 1 through 3. Gather yourselves together, yea, gather together, O nation, not desire. Before the decree come forth, before the day pass away as the chaff. Before the time of the threshing, gather yourself together. So this is the reason why we're going into the lower parts of the earth to gather the people before the time of the threshing. Before the fierce anger of Yahuwah come upon you. Before the day of Yahuwah's anger come upon you. Seek ye Yahuwah, all ye meek of the earth, which have wrought this judgment. Seek ye righteousness and meekness, that they may be hid in the day of Yahuwah's anger. Jeremiah 51, 1 through 2. Thus says Yahuwah, behold, I will raise up against Babylon and all them that dwell in the midst of them, a destroying. Why? Because we're going to crush it. And will send to Babylon and she shall empty her land, and shall empty her land. For in the day of trouble, they shall be against her round about. Remember that threshing floor most times is a circle. Right? Let's keep going. Jeremiah 15, 6 through 7. But thou hast forsaken me, said Yahuwah, thou art going backwards. Therefore I will stretch out my hand against thee. I will destroy thee. I am weary with repenting. Remember the woman had the vision. The vision, but she had the prophecy when the Ruach hit her, and she asked the preacher. Said, what's going on? He says, no more repentance. Why he may be found. What we've been saying the last couple of weeks. Well, I know we said at least 2 weeks ago. The axe is at the root. Now is the time for repentance. There is a what? There's a appointed time for you to do this. For you to get in the house. For you to bring your sacrifice.
You want to know what's amazing? So the first time that was said the axe is at the root was during the seed time and harvest, Bagdad Zerah.
Mm-hmm.
So what Bagdad Zerah means is a dual thing. It's the separate seed, but it also can mean the separation of the seed. So Bagdad Zerah, the separate seed is the Malachim or the messengers, and they're responsible for separating the seed.
Right.
So the messengers will separate the seed. Bagdad Zerah, the separate seed will separate the seed.
Right.
In order for Yahuwah to fan it.
Hallelujah.
To sift it out. That's deep. Axe is at the root.
Who is this?
Go ahead.
You good? Thou hast forsaken me, said Yahuwah, thou going backwards. Therefore I will stretch out my hand against thee. I will destroy thee. I'm weary of repenting. I'm done with that. Right? And I will fan them with a fan in the gates of the land. And I will bereave them of children. And I will destroy my people. Because judgment will start with us. Going to destroy, then he going to, look, but this is the reason why you got to wake up. This is the reason why this is not their time to play. This is the age of Yahuwah Zabaoth. I will destroy my people, since they would not, what? Turn from their ways.
Pause. Thank you, Moray Josh. Families, a lot of people don't read you these type of scriptures. They skip over these type of content. They skip over that, families. They go back and they continue to read over the exact same verses, families, where it talk about all people and most people don't even know about what world that Yahushua is coming to save, families, man, that he so loved the world, families, that he gave his only begotten son, families, that whosoever believe in him, families, should not perish but have everlasting life. Families, that means everybody. But families, he is talking about the world of Israel. Period. You can't change that. That's why he sat there and says that I only come for the lost sheep of who? Israel. He's talking about you. You just got to claim your banner, man. And families, that's why he will start with who? He going to start at home first. He going to judge us first. Those that claiming the banner of truth. Families, man, you better try to, man, people talk about that seal of salvation, man. You don't truly know what your seal of salvation is. That's why we was talking about last night, families, about your crown of life. Families, people don't understand when they read Ephesians 6, the true attributes and how many attributes for each body part of your body of armor, man. Your crown, families, it's called the crown of life, the crown of salvation, and the crown of righteousness. All of them are 3 different powers, man. They all have 3 different abilities, but it is your crown. The Most High is not playing with Yehuda in this hour, families. If you're not trying to find out who you are, that's your business. The Most High, you wasn't predestined for it, man. You wasn't predestined for it. I can see that now. You don't care. You don't want to know who you are. You don't want to know if you're from the tribe of Benjamin, if you're from the tribe of Judah, if you're from the tribe of Issachar. You don't care. But you read about these tribes on the 12 gates. Don't make no dang sense, man. At the end of the day, if you want to make it to this everlasting kingdom, the kingdom of the Most High, you gonna have to go through one of them gates, man. That's why he sat there and says, man, that there are gonna be people that's trying to create themselves their own door. They trying to come up, you robbing the Most High. You trying to come up a whole nother way. You coming up, these are Pharisees and the Sadducees. I'm trying to tell you, families, you got the seed of the Pharisees. It's the spirit of them, man. And them, best believe, them cats knew the scriptures, man. They might didn't know the mysteries of them, but they knew the scriptures. And they was adding on as they was going. They was adding on as they was going.
Right, and we can get to Isaiah 21, but let's go back. Let's get this. Let's understand this win and win process and the win. Remember, it's funny because when Ezekiel saw the vision, he saw the dead bodies. First, he said he told Ezekiel to prophesy. So Ezekiel did the prophecy, but they didn't have life until what? Their wind came upon them. Right? But that's where we're at, because the wind is going to separate. It's going to purge. Right? So hold up, let me get back to this. So it's crazy because when you go to the Matak, right? When you go to the Matak, which is this, right? Remember he said in Isaiah 41, he said that you will be a threshing instrument with teeth, stones, right? So when you look at that, when you look at the word Zion, where we get the word Zion, the symbol of it is the mattock. The mattock. So again, red heifer sacrifice outside of the camp, weapon, hatchet to cut off. Abba cut off his son outside the camp in his death so that we could circumcise our heart from the flesh of the world. And again, when you see the early depiction of it, you see it don't look like a hatchet. It looks like a sledge. A sledge. Something that's drawn, we're going to get to this in a second, by oxen. So you see the sledge that's drawn. This sledge is what crushes the grain. So this is the reason why Zion is what? A sledge is going to do what? Crush the grain. Yehuda, right? Yehuda must go forth to what? Crush the grain and separate the seed for the harvest. This is the reason why Yehuda is what? The Malachim. The sent ones. Yehuda shall be saved first. Zion. The Matak. So, what happened to Babylon? Babylon became Zion. They became the false city of the Most High. They became the Matak. They became the destroyer of nations. We go to the word inheritance when we talked about Morasha. And it talks about how the heads who consume. So they became the heads that consume. They took your place. So not only did they thresh you, not only did they crush you, not only did they separate you, not only did they sift you, not only did they scatter you, after they did, they took your place. They said they Zion. Go ahead.
So this is what Yahuwah means when he says, you're my battle axes and weapon of war. If you look at the Zion, in the modern Hebrew, it symbolizes a battle axe.
Right.
Many know that the natives used that as a weapon of war in that time.
That's right.
So when he says you're a battle axe or a weapon of war, you're a matak. That's exactly what you're saying right now as you're going forth. You're my Zion or my weapons of war.
So what did, I forget.
Sons and daughters of Zion. That's who you are. That's who you are. And I'm going to continue to say that, families, until the Most High called me home, because that's who you are. Let everybody else, families, man, don't want to sit here and don't call you by your true righteous name. You was a weapon for the Most High, families. You was perfectly made and designed, families, for his purpose and his purpose only. Zion. The daughters of Zion.
Which prophet it was, but he said you take your instruments that you use in the field and you use them for war. You told me about that thing out. So it's crazy because, like my ox say with his matok, you know, again, the Zion is also the 7. It's Sabbath, it's completion, right? So because this thing, remember now, Yahuwah said that he's the one who has the fan, right? So in order for us to be in completion, we must first go forth and crush, right? That's the purpose of Zion. That's what they have to do on this threshing floor. Because in the past, threshing, like for instance, the temple was built on the threshing floor. But now, according to the text, Babylon is a threshing floor. So we have to take the kingdom by force. Crushing the grain, separating the seed, right? Being led by the shepherd. Now, let's look at this. I'm going to wrap this up for the night. Hold on a second. So when you look at this is the other element of this. I guess this is a better picture. Now we're going to understand this picture a whole lot better. So again, with a mattock, right? With a sledge that crushes the grain. So we have to go forth to bring forth the harvest, right? He says what? The harvest is, but the laborers are
you.
So the workers got to come. They got to crush the grain and separate the seed.
Go on.
So in the midst of this is Zion, right? The shepherd rides atop Zion, right? It's the shepherd rests on Zion, right? But how does Zion go forth and crush the seed? The strong leaders.
Come on, man.
The Aleph. How you gonna muzzle the ox to trade out the corn? So now we start to understand this, and this is where we at. So before Zion can move, before they can go forth, the strong leaders have to go before them. The ox, the Aleph, has to go before them. In the midst of that, once they crush the grain, then the Most High can do what? He can fan it. Right? Because Zion, as soon as the strong leaders go forth, Zion follows. Zion follows the strong leaders. It's interesting that when you see pictures of threshing floors, most time you see 2 or 3, which are witnesses. By the mouth of every matter is what? This, and when I saw this really came back to a vision I had before a year and a half ago.
Pause. That's why you must have 2 or 3 witnessing families for every word of the Most High Yah to be established. 2 or 3 families. That's like when we were talking about like the wandering stars. You know what I'm saying? Families, I learned that during my teachings. I go to my lessons. That's how I even knew about the wandering stars. Families, people call them stars. The Most High is telling you, families, in space, families, that them are angels, man. That are trapped in darkness, families, until the day of judgment. Them are fallen angels, man. Them stars that you be looking at. You can go to the book of Jude to find that answer.
A year and a half ago, and I told Mother Malak about this. So a year and a half ago, I was sleeping. And I guess I was asleep. I was about to sleep. I really wasn't fully asleep. I be having like these little micro visions where I just close my eyes and see something and pop back open. So I was sitting in the chair in my living room, and I closed my eyes. And when I closed my eyes, I saw a hand. This is the best I can get to this. A hand hold up a piece of paper like this, and it had 3 ox heads on it. And then I snapped out of it. I said, "What is that about?" I even talked to her. I said, "Mom, I had this vision of somebody hold up this paper with 3 ox heads on it." And then I said, I can't really figure out what that means. I said, all I can know is I know that Aleph is the strong leader, but I didn't know what it meant. Now I know it's time for threshing. The strong leaders got to go before Zion, right, to establish the way. How you gonna have straight paths? The strong leaders have to go forward. So in this time, and this is the last thing I'm gonna say for the night. And then we get on to some other elements to the threshing floor, because the floor is ready, the harvest is right. We're gonna crush the grain. We're gonna separate the seed. In order for that to happen, the strong leaders must go forth. They gotta go where? To the lower parts of the earth, because that's what the seed is. That's what the seed is. The seed has been scattered. We know, because what happened when Nebuchadnezzar, right? When Babylon came, they crushed us, and what did they do? They scattered us. So the seed has been scattered. So now the strong leaders have to go out, right? They got to go to the lower parts of the earth, right? They gotta crush and then separate and what? Gather the seed after the Most High what? Winnows or blows, right? After he fans, right? The chaff. So let's go back to the context. So this is how we have to move in this age and time. And I'm gonna talk about. I told you about what the text says. First it says, "Muzzle not the ox to tread out the corn." Then it says, "Yoke not a ass to an ox." You know, you didn't see none of them pictures of asses crushing the corn. So we're gonna get back to that. We're gonna talk about them asses on Shabbat. I'm gonna get on them asses.
That is my brother right there, families. And families, man, the Most High has really been using him, Brother Mo, Brother Yosef, Brother Malu, you know what I'm saying? Man, families, man, I can't wait until our Sabbath. For the Sabbath weekend, families. Oh my gosh, families, I can't wait. Families. You know, you was predestined to know this type of stuff, families. And families, man, don't get me wrong. There are people out here, families, that have an opportunity to talk to hundreds, man. But families, they refuse to do it. They can show them lessons and everything to wake them up, families. They don't do it. Why? I don't know. I don't have no idea. They so stuck on that Western, the Western Christianity mindset, families. Their families, they don't want to learn nothing else, man. They are content to where they at, because families, they love to use what their oppressors taught them to say. The Most High know my heart. He do. You're surely right about that. He do. He knew your heart so well that he knew that you wasn't going to try to search for him in the first place. He knew that. That's why he will turn you over to a reprobated mind.
I will give you praise every single day. You've been faithful, you're still faithful. I think about the times you were by my side. I was grateful, I'm still grateful. Oh, I will sing, oh, forever. Yeah, forever, forever. I will praise you forever, forever. I will
All praise to the Most High, y'all beautiful queen soldier. We love you, Octi. Let's go, Emo.
I will give you praise, even in the darkest hour. Lord, you're with me. You never leave me. When I can't find the words to pray, I will sing and call your name. Lord, you answer. You always answer. Oh, I will sing. Oh, forever. Yeah, forever. Yeah, forever. I will praise you forever, forever. I will praise you. You never leave me nor forsake me. I know I can always count on you. You're always faithful to deliver. And that's why I put my trust in you. You never leave me nor forsake me. I know I can always count on you. You're always faithful to deliver. And that's why I put my trust in you. You never leave me nor forsake me. I know that I can always count on you. You're always faithful to deliver. That's why I put my trust in you. I will praise you forever, forever. I will praise you, and I will always praise you. And every single time I wanna praise you for everything you've done and all you will do. I will, and I will always praise. I will always praise you. And I will always praise. I will always praise you forever, forever. I will praise you.
All praise the families, man. And that's what the Most High Yah, man, want his children to do in this hour, families. Is don't give no exalt man to man. Families, man, you praise your Father, families, in this hour, families. Don't never praise a man in this hour, families. You praise your Creator in this hour.
People say that they know what's going on, then turn around and act like nothing's wrong. And I don't get it, cause it could be me and you. We're just separated by the ignorance of what to do. We're trying so hard to try and numb ourselves, but who knew that we'd be ones who needed help? We don't know what it feels like to live in love, cause we are the ones who treasure the pleasure. Try to get out of our comfort zone, but not too much. It hasn't happened to a neighbor for us to just get up. No, I don't even get it, but I know we just gotta quit it. Cause while I'm sitting here singing, I know there's someone saying, we can't give up, no. We can't get through this. I know it's hard, we gotta try and trust that God will heal us.
greatest commandments to love our God. The second one is to love our neighbor. Somebody please tell me where we went wrong. We gotta get back to the heart of a Savior.
Let's go.
Feeling like we lost our direction. Feeling like we living but lost our perspective. How we gonna claim that we living for the heart of God when in reality we disconnected? No reflection of His intention. He loved us first, can't forget it. So we can't be selective. One falls down, we all affected, cause we all connected, yeah. We can't give up, no. We can't get through this. I know it's hard. We gotta try and trust that God will heal again. God heal again. God heal again. Heal again. Heal again. If you did it before, so do it again. Calling on your name. Only you can do it, Jesus. Hear our cry, Lord. Hear our cry.
All praises, families, man. Now we're ready to go to our other lesson, families, to finish this off. Now, families, you do know tomorrow, families, will be the beginning of the Sabbath, family, starting off at sundown. And then it will last Saturday till sundown, families. So, families, man, I do want to finish this out with y'all, families. We will go to our last video. There you go. All right, brother. This is Brother Uriel. He's the one that's doing the lesson today. And the beauty that I love about honor and humility, families, from STL families, is that, families, you have a lot of your brothers in this hour, families, that are learning, families. They have that understanding, families, and they're trying to they teaching, man. But families, they teaching you the correct way, families. They teaching you precepts. They teaching you commandments, families. They teaching you ordership. Families, anybody else that is not doing this is a whole nother group. A whole different group, families. But families, man, they know the ordership, man. How can you follow something else? You follow different philosophies. That's the reason why you hop around. You have itching ears. You confused, man. You don't know what to believe. You don't know, but you supposed to have the set apart Ruach HaKodesh. You sit there and say all the time, you got to set apart what? Holy Spirit. The Most High tells you to prove all your good works. He commanded you to prove all your good works. But you say that you got His set apart wisdom. You out here telling everybody that you have His set apart Holy Spirit. Well, prove it then. Prove it. So your faith without works is dead. Half these people can't even prove it, families. Let's see what the scriptures say. If you didn't like what I just said, let's see what the scriptures say.
Genesis chapter 3, verse 1 through 7. Come on. Ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Book of Genesis, chapter 3, verse 1.
Remember,
This be not deceived. Come on.
Now the serpent was more subtle than any beast of the field which the Most High Elohim had made.
Right.
And he said unto the woman, yeah, now God said, ye shall not eat of every tree of the garden. And the woman said unto the serpent, we may eat of the fruit of the trees of the garden, but of the fruit of the tree which is in the midst of the garden.
Pause, just to let y'all know. Just to put this out in the airwave, families, you will see a lot of brothers in Israel, families when the scriptures are coming out, when the words of the Most High is coming out, they are standing up. Standing up, families. And then they will have a reader. A lot of people don't do that. That's a lot of people, especially in Christianity. They don't do a lot of standing up. Let's continue.
God had said, ye shall not eat of it,
Right.
neither shall ye touch it,
Right.
lest ye die.
Come on.
And the serpent said unto the woman, ye shall not surely die.
You shall not what?
Ye shall not surely die.
So look, this is the first lie that we know about, right? He had told Eve, he said, look, you're not going to die if you eat of that tree. Come on.
Verse 5.
But she already knew, my fault, she already knew that God had already gave them a commandment from the jump. Don't eat from this tree right here, because she called it back down where the tree was in and everything, right? She said it was in the midst of the garden. Come on.
For Yahweh doth know that in the day ye eat thereof, then your eyes shall be open,
All right.
and ye shall be as gods, knowing good and evil.
Come on.
And when the woman saw that the tree was good for food, and that it was pleasant to the eyes,
Right.
and the tree to be desired to make one wise.
To do what?
To make one wise.
Come on.
She took of the fruit thereof and did eat, and gave also unto her husband with her, and he did eat. And the eyes of them both were open, and they knew that they were naked, and they sewed fig leaves together and made themselves aprons.
So look, now you see what's going on in the garden, right? Eve was deceived by who? By Satan, right? She looked at the tree. She knew everything that God told her what not to do, right? Then he came and what they say, whispered sweet naughty nothings to her, and then he ended up what? Deceiving her, right? And she saw that she wanted to be what? Wise. So when you start to follow what, like different doctrines or different teachings or different beliefs, right? Everybody follow those beliefs to try to become wise.
Right.
They'll stray away from this and go to something else because they feel like this doesn't make them wise, but other doctrines does. And that's what Satan's whole thing was, to deceive them from being connected to God. So once he deceived them, they became disconnected from God. Jump down to 21 for me.
Verse 21. Unto Adam called his wife, named Eve, because she was the mother of all things.
All right. Now, just we're gonna take 20 through 24.
Oh, my fault. It's like you said 21. Yeah. 21. Unto Adam also, and to his wife, did the Most High Elohim make coats of skin and clothing.
Right.
And Yahweh Elohim said, behold, the man is become as one of us, to know good and evil.
So look, once they bit of their tree, they knew good and evil. At first, all they did, they knew nothing but good. All they knew was good, right? Because that's what God taught them. But once they ate from that tree, now they know good and evil. They know evil behind what? From eating from that tree. Come on.
And now, lest he put forth his hand and take also of the tree of life and eat and live forever. Therefore, Yahweh Elohim sent him forth from the Garden of Eden to till the ground from whence he was taken. So he drove out the man, and he placed at the east of the Garden of Eden cherubims and a flaming sword which turned every way to keep the way of the tree of life.
So now we're going to go to Judges chapter 19. Before we go to Judges, we're going to go to Jeremiah first. We're going to go to Jeremiah chapter 14, and we're going to start at verse 10. So now we see here that Eve was deceived in a garden. And then since they went against God, they got the coat of skin. And like what came with the coat of skin was all different kind of fleshly desires. Also, you get anger, anxiety, depression. All these things are tied into the flesh. They're just like if bruh said he got some chili at the crib. He got some chili at his house or whatnot. So in your mind, you know you're going to go eat some chili, and you know that it's all these different kind of vegetables and meats and all this is inside of the chili. But you don't say I'm going there to eat the meat and the tomatoes and stuff like that. Right. You say I'm going to eat the chili. Right. So that's what came with the flesh. All different lustly desires came with the flesh. Like the works of the flesh. What I say, Jeremiah what?
Jeremiah chapter 14. 10-16.
Yeah. Just keep in mind, family, we just talking about being not deceived.
Jeremiah chapter 14, verse 10. Thus saith the Most High unto this people.
All right, so now we see the Most High speaking, right? Come on.
Thus have they loved to wander.
To what?
Wander.
To go astray. Come on.
They have not refrained their feet. Therefore, the Most High does not accept them.
Do not what?
Do not accept them.
You see what happens when you go astray from the Most High, right? You go astray from Him and go and do wickedness. He said He do not accept you. Our whole duty is to try to get accepted, right? He said He will not accept them, right? Come on.
He will now remember their iniquities.
So Christ died so the Most High could what? Forget our sins, right? He said He will remember their iniquities. Come on.
And visit their sins.
Come on.
Then said the Most High unto me, pray not for this people for their good.
He said what?
Pray not for this people for their good.
So look, the Most High told Jeremiah not to pray for the people, right? Our whole duty every day, what we try to pray for each other, right? He said, don't pray for these people. Come on.
When they fast, I will not hear their cry.
Come on.
And when they offer burnt offerings and an oblation, I will not accept them.
I will what?
I will not accept them.
Come on.
But I will consume them by the sword.
By the what?
By the sword.
Come on.
And by the famine. And by the pestilence.
It sound like Israel for the day, right? Come on.
Then said I, Yah, Elohim, my power, behold, the prophets say unto them.
The who?
The prophets say unto them.
Come on.
Ye shall not see the sword, neither shall ye have famine.
Hey, shalom, Ati. How you doing, Ima? We do have our Ima in the building, beautiful Queen Rochelle. It's good to see you, Queen. Shalom, sis. Families, we as well, man, want to give a big shout out, families, man, to beautiful Queen Jacqueline, beautiful Queen Anointed, beautiful Queen No Shade. Families, man, we got to give a big shout out to them as well. Families, man, we got beautiful Queen Show, Soldier Girl up in the building, our lovely Agdi. We got as well, families, our Ema, beautiful Queen Mama Miranda. Tell beautiful Queen Teray Ali that we love her, sis. But families, man, we really have to go over this, families, because it's going into what Moray Josh is talking about. And families, you do not need to be deceived in this hour. You don't. We don't went over. Our lesson today has been kind of powerful right now, families, for what the Most High has been displaying. But families, His word is more important. That way that if you hear different other philosophies, families, you know what to do. Do not be deceived in this hour. It doesn't matter how many people that's following them. It doesn't matter how many people is in the room listening to them. No, none of that, families. Families, if they're not getting you prepped up and ready for the spiritual warfare, you're going to die. And families, it will be them. It's going to take you with them, families. You actually got brothers and sisters out here that are really, literally, truly trying to wake you up. And we telling you that, families, we are here for you because the Most High is here for us. But families, he will judge Israel first. He gonna take care of home. If you can't go out there claiming a different banner, families. You tell me what nation out there right now, families, that have their own language. The so-called Negroes in the Americas, families, they don't know what language they speak. The Most High Yah is just sitting there telling you, families, that you have a pure language. But people out here is telling you, families, that you speak English. When the Most High Yah is telling you what language you used to speak. Why do every nation have their own language except for the so-called Negroes in the Americas? Yehuda, the tribe of Judah. Why is that? Why? Oh, it doesn't matter. That ain't got nothing to do with my salvation. Who told you that? Well, you find me there in the scripture where it sits there and says that you wasn't supposed to find out your identity. The Most High sits there and says that he has a true heritage. Let's continue. Do not be deceived in this hour. Beautiful Queen Rochelle, we want to say that we love you, sis. This is Honor and Humility. STL from Atlanta. This is Uriel. He did a wonderful teaching on this topic today. And families, we don't went over a lot of stuff. Galatians chapter 6, verses 7 and 9. It knocks down anybody that don't believe in karma. If you sit there and says that karma don't exist, Satan is a lie. And whoever speaking that type of false doctrine or false philosophies, your father was a murderer from the beginning. Your father was a murderer from the beginning. I'm actually literally sitting there saying that you is the seed of Hottentot for speaking that type of false doctrine. And you have the audacity to sit here and say that in front of your other brothers and sisters and then make them believe it. Make them believe what you just said. Families, whatever you bound on this earth, your guardian angel will send it to the heavens and he will snitch on you. So families, what goes around, do come around.
But I will give you assured peace in this place.
So look, we see when it first started off, it said the Most High was speaking, right? He was talking to Jeremiah. He told Jeremiah, do not pray for these people, right? So basically, judgment is coming for these people, right? And then it said the prophets are telling these people, ain't no sword coming, right? Come on.
Then the Most High said unto me, the prophets prophesy lies in my name.
They do what?
Prophesy lies in my name.
So look, it's telling us, do not be deceived, right? Give me that John chapter 8 real quick, where Christ said, the Father of lies. What's that, 8:44? John 8:44. Bro, for to read John chapter 8, verse 44. I believe that's it.
Yes, sir. John chapter 8, verse 44.
Come on.
Let's start at 43.
Okay, you're going to start at 43.
Why do ye not understand my speech? Even because ye cannot hear my word. Ye are of your father, the devil.
Of who?
Ye are of your father, the devil.
Come on.
And the lust of your father ye will do. He was a murderer from the beginning.
Right.
And abode not in the truth.
And did what?
And abode not in the truth.
Come on.
Because there is no truth in him. When he speaketh a lie, he speaketh of his own. For he is a liar.
Right.
And the father of it.
Right. So look, the spirit of lying comes from Satan, right? And these prophets are prophesying in God's name. He's telling these people that the sword ain't gonna come to them, right? Or the famine. But remember, the Most High had already told Jeremiah it was coming, right? So it's letting us know, look, be not deceived. Even if you see prophets prophesying something that the Most High had already called down judgment on, right? Come on.
What precept? Romans 3 and 4.
Bro, finna go to Romans 3 and 4 real quick for a precept.
Going off what you saying, it don't matter what a man say.
Right. It don't matter what man said. What did the Lord say? Come on.
Romans chapter 3, verse 4.
And then notice it, they saying it in his name.
God forbid, let God be true, but every man a liar.
That's right.
As it is written, that thou mayest be justified in thy sins, and mayest overcome when thou art judged.
Come on. We're going back to Jeremiah chapter 14, fam.
Jeremiah 14 and 14. Then the Most High said unto me, the prophets prophesy lies in my name.
Come on, they do what?
Prophesy lies in my name.
And look, he said the prophets, right? Prophesy lies in my name. Come on.
I sent them not.
I what?
I sent them not.
He said, I did not send them, right? Come on.
Neither have I commanded them.
Come on.
Neither spake unto them.
So where these prophets coming from, right? He said, I ain't speak to them, I ain't send them, and I ain't command them to do nothing, but yet they prophesy in my name. Come on.
They prophesy unto you a false vision.
A what?
A false vision.
Come on.
And divination.
Come on.
And a thing of naught. And the deceit of their hearts.
Look, all this is coming from their own mind, right? This is their own wicked imagination, right? It said, and you hear a lot of people say, well, the Lord told me this. I got a message for you from the Lord.
Right.
You got to be careful. If it don't come to pass, it's not from the Lord. Right?
That's right.
Come on. But again, notice these men are prophesying in his name, right? Come on.
Therefore, thus saith the Most High concerning the prophets that prophesy in my name. And I sent them not. Yet they say, sword and famine shall not be in this land.
Come on.
By sword and famine shall those prophets be consumed.
He said, look, now since you want to lie to the people, right, and tell the people that the sword and the famine is not coming to the land, after I told them that it was, right, I told Jeremiah, my prophet, that's my prophet, I chose him from the womb. I told him that it was happening. Since you telling everybody it's not going to happen, guess what? I'm going to kill you by the sword and by the famine. So your own wickedness fell upon your own head. Come on.
And the people to whom they prophesied shall be cast out in the streets of Jerusalem because of the famine and the sword.
Come on.
And they shall have none to bury them, their wives, nor their bonds, nor their daughters. For I will pour their wickedness upon them.
So look, it's letting us know, family, be not deceived. Be not deceived. If the Most High has not called these men to prophesy unto you, don't listen to him. If he already called the judgment down that the sword and famine was coming to the land, and these men come right behind your God, your power, and tell you that it's not going to happen, they should have known from jump that was not of the Father. And now you, since you listen to this false prophet, now you, your wife, your son, and your daughter have to be murdered, get cast in the street, and be slain by that sword that he already told you was going to happen. Be not deceived. We're going to hold it there. Okay. We're going to go to we're going to go to Genesis chapter 19. Genesis chapter 19, family.
Gotta stick to the script. Bro.
Yeah, you gotta stick to the script.
I remember, when was that? I think it was like, I can't remember the date. It was like September the 21st or something.
September 23rd. Yeah, bro. Yeah, September 23rd. You're talking a couple years ago, yeah.
I think it was 2017.
Mm-hmm.
They like, something finna happen. Happened in 2012 too with the Mayan calendar.
Yep. It letting you know, like, man, these men are not of God and was not sent from God.
Right.
It's like none of it came to pass. It's like, bro, we were just talking. It's crazy how the spirit moved. Cause man, me and my real were just talking about that probably like last week. How September 23rd, how they were saying like the world was going to end and something was going to happen. This and third, and we still here.
Still
here.
All right, we're going to go to Genesis chapter 19. We're going to start at verse 29.
Genesis chapter 19, verse 29. And it came to pass, Right. When Yahweh destroyed the cities of the plain, that the Most High remembered Abraham and sent Lot out of the midst of the overthrow when he overthrew the cities in the which Lot dwelt.
Right. So this one, Lot came up out of Sodom and Gomorrah. Come on.
And Lot went up of Zoar and dwelt in the mountain, and his 2 daughters with him.
Right.
For he feared to dwell in Zoar. And he dwelt in a cave, and he and his 2 daughters.
Come on. So notice it's just Lot and his 2 daughters, right? Come on.
Verse 31. And the firstborn said unto the younger, Our father is old, and there is not a man in the earth to come in unto us after the manner of all the earth.
Right.
Come, let us make our father drink wine.
Let us make him what?
Let us make our father drink wine.
Come on.
And we will lie with him.
And we will what?
And we will lie with him.
Come on.
That we may preserve seed of our father.
Now look, notice that these Lot's daughters, right? They saying, look, this is oldest daughter too. She deceiving the younger daughter. She's like, look, let us lie with our father. Let us get him drunk first, and then we're going to lie with him so we can get children, right? Come on.
Verse 33. And they made their father drink wine that night.
Right.
And the firstborn went in and lay with her father. And he perceived not when she lay down or when she arose.
Right, so he ain't even know his daughters was in there with him, right? Come on.
Verse 34. And it came to pass on the morrow that the firstborn said unto the younger, Behold, I lay yesternight with my father. Let us make him drink wine this night also, and go thou in, and lie with him, that we may preserve seed of our father.
So look, we're going here to show you got to be careful with people who you drink with. Come on. You don't have to drink with everybody. Everybody not drinking just to have a merry heart. Right. Some people are drinking to deceive you, right? So just like men, you got to be careful with the women who you just want to drink around, right? These women might just want to sleep with you to get pregnant, right? We see that in the streets, right? Somebody get drunk, a woman get the man drunk, she get knocked up. Now she pregnant, then the baby and all that baby mama drama and all this just from what? Drinking wine or want to have something to drink. So you got to be careful who you drink with.
Be deceived.
Don't be deceived.
Right.
Everybody not drinking to have a merry heart. And you see these Lot's daughter, right? They actually sleeping with their father. They getting him drunk because they knew if he was in his right state of mind, he wouldn't have done it. That's why they said, look, we got to get him drunk. And the oldest daughter saying that, like, look, we got to get him drunk. If we get him drunk, then we can have seed because God just destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah.
Yeah.
Come on.
And a family.
Right.
You know, even drinking with your family.
Right. Even, like brother said, even drinking with your family. You don't know what nobody's motives is. You got to be careful. Like, be not deceived.
Verse 35. And they made their father drink wine that night also. And the younger arose and lay with him. And he perceived not when she lay down, nor when she arose. Thus were both the daughters of Lot with child by their father. And the firstborn bare a son, and called his name Moab. The same is the father of the Moabites unto this day.
Right.
And the younger, she also bare a son, and called his name Ben-Ami. The same is the father of the children of Ammon unto this day.
So we just going there to show family, look, be careful with who you drink with. Everybody who you drinking with, again, is not drinking to have a merry heart. Some people are to drinking with you to try to get something up out of you, right? Some people act like they drinking just to get information up out of you. You thinking the whole time, y'all sitting there drinking and kicking it this whole time, they ain't even drinking nothing. And they just steady asking questions. So yeah, what you think about Yakinan? Yeah, man, Yakinan be this and third. Yeah, okay, he got that in his mind. Yeah, man. You know, Jedediah, man, last week I seen him this, that, and third. Now he get to talking, getting all this information. Now you wondering how this person got all this information about you, but not knowing the day before he was sitting up drinking with somebody. Spilling all the beans. So you gotta be careful who you drinking with. Be not deceived even with drinking.
Right.
All right, we're gonna go to 1 Kings chapter 21. 1 Kings chapter 21, family. We're going to start in verse 1. 1
Kings 21.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yo, brother.
Yeah, now
Nah, Maccabee.
oh my goodness. You got these names right here, huh?
Yeah, bro, for the butcher the name, so just.
I'm gonna go ahead and pass the mic.
Oh, yeah.
1 Kings chapter 21. We're gonna start at verse 1.
We like this.
What is brother's fault?
1 Kings chapter 21, verse 1.
Mm-hmm.
And it came to pass after these things that Naboth the Jezreelite had a vineyard,
Right.
which was in Jezreel, or by the place of Ahab, king of Samaria.
Right. So it's that you know what he got, right? So it's that you know at the head of town, like, look, he said Naboth has a vineyard, right? And it's telling you the location where it's at. And it's telling you it's by the king of Samaria, right? Come on.
And Ahab spake unto Naboth, saying, Give me the vineyard, that I may have it for a garden of herbs, because it is near unto my house.
Right, so now he going to him, he like, look, let me get that vineyard that you got, because it's right here by my crib, right? Come on.
And I will give thee for a better vineyard than it.
Right, he's like, look, I'll trade you. This is the vineyard that's right here by my crib. Let me get it. It's closer to my crib, and I give you the one. I'll trade you for your vineyard, right? I give you one that's better than this one. Come on.
Or if it seem good to thee, I will give thee the worth of it in money.
Right? He said, or just sell it to me. I got the paper, just sell it to me, and I got it. So that's why, my brother. Hey, big.
Verse 3. And Naboth said to Ahab, the Most High forbid it,
right,
that I should give the inheritance of my father unto thee.
He said, look, the Most High won't allow me to give my father's inheritance unto you, right? Because I got the inheritance from my father, right? He's telling him the Most High won't allow him to do that, right? Come on.
And Ahab came into the house heavy and displeased because of the word which Naboth the Jezreelite had spoken to him.
So now he mad, right? After he just told him, he should have just accepted it. Anytime somebody tell you, look, the Lord said this, or the Lord won't allow me to do that, that should have been none and void. That should have just been like, okay, look, that's it. All right, look, if that's what the Lord said, then that's just what it is, right? He going to the house, now he mad, right? Come on. How you getting mad over something that ain't yours? Come on. We do that till this day, right?
Right.
Come on, we deceive ourselves. Come on.
For he had said, I will not give thee the inheritance of my father. He laid him down upon his bed and turned away his face, and would eat no bread.
Look, he wouldn't even eat bread. He wouldn't even eat because this man told him he won't give him his land. What kind of mindset you have to be in to be mad at somebody because they won't give you their land, and then you won't even eat?
You got like spoiled brat.
Right, and that's what it sounds like. It sounds like bruh straight spoiled, right?
Like a Donald Trump Jr.
He said Donald Trump Jr. straight up. That's what the white kids in the little rich towns be. Yeah. The mom and dad said, look, I ain't gonna buy you no Benz. I'm gonna buy you a Lexus. And then he get mad and go in his room and just cry because he wants the Benz and not the Lexus.
Right.
Spoiled. Come on.
But Jezebel, his wife, came to him.
Okay, so now you see Jezebel, right? This is real. She coming up to him, right? What she say?
And said unto him, Why is thy spirit so sad that thou eatest no bread? And he said unto her, Because I speak unto Naboth the Jezreelite, and said unto him, Give me thy vineyard for money, or else, if it please thee, I will give thee another vineyard for it. And he answered, I will not give thee my vineyard.
Right.
And Jezebel his wife said unto him, As thou now govern the kingdom of Israel,
right,
arise and eat bread.
Come on.
And let thine heart be merry. I will give thee the vineyard of Naboth the Jezreelite.
Look, his wife just told him, don't worry about none of that, right? I got you. I'm going to give you the vineyard of him. His wife just came to him and said, I'm going to give you the vineyard. He should have questioned it out the gate. Like, what you mean you going to give me the vineyard?
Yeah, what kind of
Right. What kind of moves y'all got? What, you know him? Huh? That's your man on the low? What kind of power you got? Right? Come on.
Verse 8. So she wrote letters in Ahab's name,
right,
and sealed them with his seal, and sent the letters unto the elders and to the nobles that were in his city,
right,
dwelling with Naboth.
So look, now she just sent these letters off, right, in his name, pretending to be him. Come on.
And she wrote in the letters, saying, proclaim a fast,
right,
and set Naboth on high among the people.
Come on.
And set 2 men, sons of Belial, before him to bear witness against him, saying, thou didst blaspheme Yahweh and the king, and then carry him out and stone him that he may die.
So look, now she got these men lying, right? Saying that they saw him blaspheme God, right? And then they took him out in the streets, and then they stoned him. All right? All because he would not give him his vineyard. Something that ain't his, something he inherited from his father, right? So this man is mad. His wife was like, you know what? I got you. Come on.
And the men of his city, even the elders and the nobles who were the inhabitants in his city, did as Jezebel had sent unto them.
Right.
And as it was written in the letters which she had sent unto them, they proclaimed a fast,
right,
and set Naboth on high among the people.
Come on.
And there came in 2 men, children of Belial, and sat before him. And the men of Belial witnessed against him, even against Naboth in the presence of the people.
Come on.
Saying, Naboth did blaspheme the Most High and the king. Then they carried him forth out of the city and stoned him with stones that he died.
Come on.
Then they sent to Jezebel, saying, Naboth is stoned and is dead.
Come on.
And it came to pass, when Jezebel heard that Naboth was stoned and was dead, that Jezebel said to Ahab, arise, take possession of the vineyard of Naboth the Jezreelite, which he refused to give thee for money. For Naboth is not alive but dead.
So look, now she go back to her husband, right? Like, look, Naboth is dead. That land is yours. Go get it.
That's treacherous.
That's treacherous. She straight just deceived her own husband and deceived the people. Had them straight witness and said he did blaspheme, so they take him out to the streets and kill this man. Then she go back to her husband and say, look, you can have the vineyard. It's yours. I told you I was going to get it for you. It's like, look, man, you got to be careful also with women. Not saying that all the women is just wicked and this and these Jezebel. Not saying that at all. Just saying you just got to be careful. Be not deceived by your rib. Just like that's what happened with Adam and Eve. You know what I'm saying? He was deceived by his own rib. You know, so she taught him something that she just learned from another head. So that's why a lot of men, they don't want their ribs talking to other kings. This it makes so much sense. What you need to learn from him from, right, I can teach you. That's why I tell them be silent and learn from your husband at home.
Verse 16. And it came to pass, when Ahab heard that Naboth was dead, that Ahab rose up to go down to the vineyard of Naboth the Jezreelite to take possession of it.
Right.
And the word of the Most High came to Elijah, the Tishbite, saying, arise, go down to meet Ahab, king of Israel, which is in Samaria. Behold, he is in the vineyard of Naboth, whither he is going down to possess it. And thou shalt speak unto him, saying, thus saith the Most High, hast thou killed and also taken possession? And thou shalt speak unto him, saying, thus saith the Most High, in the place where dogs lick the blood of Naboth, right, shall dogs lick thy body, even thine.
He said, look, that same place where they kill Naboth, that's where them same dogs gonna lick your blood at, right? He said you're gonna be killed in that same exact spot. Come on.
Verse 20. And Ahab said to Elijah, Hast thou found me, O mine enemy? And he answered, I have found thee, because thou hast sold thyself to work evil in the sight of the Most High. Behold, I will bring evil upon thee, and will take away thy posterity, and will cut off from Ahab him that pisseth against the wall, and him that is shut up and left in Israel.
And that's it for that. But just going to show you, family, like, be not deceived. Be not deceived. It's like this woman straight went behind her husband back and got this man killed for no reason. She deceived the people. She deceived her husband, and she also deceived how you say his name? Naboth.
Yeah. That's why.
All because her husband wanted some land. It's like, look, she was caring more about his feelings than what was really right. He already told her he couldn't have it, and then she went behind his back and did it anyway. That's why a lot of, men get mad when they tell they real to do something. She go behind his back and do something else, and then that causes that big contention. Like, it makes sense.
For me, I got to know everything.
Right.
You talking about giving me some land or some what?
Right. Like, where you getting it from? Like,
who, when, where, why?
Yeah, that's why Ahab he got killed because he wanted to get deceived. He didn't ask no freaking questions.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right. He asked no questions.
He asked no questions or anything of that nature. He wanted to get deceived. Same thing with Adam.
Right.
You know what I mean?
His own lust.
Same thing with Adam. He wanted to get deceived. Because he ate of the fruit as well. He knew not to eat of it. You know what I'm saying? He's the king. He's the man of the household. And he couldn't get the land. So now come to find out, oh boy is dead. Well, I ain't about to ask no questions. I got the land.
I got the land.
Especially after his wife that said, don't worry about it. What was he about to say, bro?
I was saying, then he got the Messiah. What did he tell his bride, the nation of Israel, in Matthew 24? Last days, but the first thing he said,
be not deceived.
Yeah. See the spirit. All right, we're going to go to Judges, family. We're going to go to Judges chapter 19. We're going to read Judges chapter 19 through chapter 21. I'm going to start verse 1.
Genesis chapter 19. Ready?
Yeah, bro.
And it came to pass in those days, when there was no king in Israel.
There was what?
When there was no king in Israel.
So look, keep in mind, family, this whole time there is no king in Israel at all, right? So just peep how everything plays out, and keep in the back of your mind, there is no king in Israel during this time. Come on.
That there was a certain Levite sojourning on the side of Mount Ephraim, who took to him a concubine out of Bethlehem, Judah. And his concubine played the whore against him.
Right.
And went away from him unto her father's house to Bethlehem, Judah, and was there 4 whole months.
Right.
And her husband arose and went after her to speak friendly unto her and to bring her again, having his servant with him and a couple of asses. She brought him into her father's house. And when the father of the damsel saw him, he rejoiced to meet him.
Right.
And his father-in-law, the damsel father, retained him, and he abode with him 3 days. So they did eat and drink and lodge there.
So look, now you got a Levite, right? His concubine, it says she played the harlot, right? She played the whore. So she ended up going back to her daddy's house, and she was there for 4 months, right? So the Levite, he was missing his rib, so he ended up to try to make, what's that word?
Reconciliation.
Right.
Something like that.
All right, like reconciliation. They try to get back together, reconcile. That's the word I'm looking for. Reconcile the relationship. So he go to the father-in-law house. Father-in-law see him, open up like, oh, that's my son-in-law. Bring him in. He allows, lodge there for 3 days. Then they get to eating, right? Come on.
And it came to pass on the 4th day, when they arose early in the morning, that he rose up to depart. And the damsel's father said unto his son-in-law, comfort thy heart with a morsel of bread, and afterward go your way.
Right? He said, look, before you leave, go and eat, and then you can burn out, right? Come on.
And they sat down and did eat and drink, both of them together. For the damsel's father had said unto the man, be content, I pray thee, and tarry all night, and let thine heart be merry. And when the man rose up to depart, his father-in-law urged him. Therefore he lodged there again.
Right, so he stayed another night, right? Come on.
For he rose early in the morning on the 5th day to depart. And the damsel's father said, comfort thy heart, I pray thee. And they tarried until afternoon, and they did eat both of them. And when the man rose up to depart, he and his concubine and his servant, his father-in-law, the damsel's father, said unto him, behold, now the day draweth toward evening. I pray you, tarry all night. Behold, the day groweth to an end. Lodge here, that thine heart may be merry.
Right.
And tomorrow get you early on your way, that thou mayest go home.
Right, come on.
But the man would not tarry.
He said, no, not this time, right? Every time he tried to leave, he keep making him what? Tarry another day. This day he said, nah, bruh, I got to go. Right? Come on.
But he rose up and departed.
Right? So this time he left. Come on.
And came over against Jebus, which is Jerusalem.
Right.
And there were with him 2 asses saddled.
Right.
His concubine also was with him.
Come on. So now he went to the father-in-law house, right? And he got his rib back, right? You see, his concubine is on one of the asses, right? And he's going back home, right? He's on his way back to the crib, right? He went there to get what he wanted, right? So he got his rib back. Come on.
And when they were by Jebus, the day was far spent. And the servant said unto his master,
right.
Come, I pray thee, and let us turn into this city of the Jebusites, and lodge in it.
Right.
And his master said unto him, we will not turn aside hither into the city of a stranger.
Come on.
This is not the children of Israel.
Come on.
We will pass over to Gabay.
Right. So he said, look, we ain't going to lodge here. We're going to lodge anywhere. We're going to lodge where our people at. Lodge where our people at, right? Come on.
And he said unto his servant, come, and let us draw near to one of these places to lodge all night,
right,
in Gabay or in Ramah. And they passed on and went their way. And the sun went down upon them when they were by Gabay, which belongeth to Benjamin. And they turned aside thither to go in to lodge in Gabay. And when he went in, he set him down in the street of the city. For there was no man that took them into his house to lodge. And behold, there came an old man from his work out of the field at evening, which was also of Mount Ephraim. And he sojourned in Gabay. But the men of the place were Benjamites. And when he had lifted up his eyes, he saw a wayfaring man in the streets of the city. And the old man said, whither goest thou? And whence comest thou? And he said unto him, we are passing from Bethlehem, Judah, toward the side of Mount Ephraim. From thence am I. And I went to Bethlehem, Judah, but I am now going to the house of the Most High. And there is no man that receiveth me to house.
Right, so you let them know that, look, I'm trying to make my way through the city, right? He's saying, ain't nobody receiving me in their house. And this old man, he coming from work, and he see him, right? And he know he ain't from their town because he wouldn't just be out there just sleeping, right? Come on.
Yet there is both straw and provender for our asses, and there is bread and wine also for me, and for thy handmaid, and for the young man which is with thy servants. There is no want of anything. And the old man said, peace be with thee.
Come on.
Howsoever let all thy wants lie upon me. Only lodge not in the streets.
Come on.
So he brought him into his house.
So now this old man has brought the man, the servant, the rib, and the asses to his crib, right? He said, anything that you want, I got you. You keep what you got. Just come. I don't want to just see you laying in the streets. Just come to my crib and I got you. Come on.
And gave provender unto the asses, and they washed their feet, and did eat and drink. Now, as they were making their hearts merry, behold,
they were doing what?
As they were making their hearts merry.
So now you see these men, they drinking, right? So now they drinking, right? We just talked about in Genesis chapter 19. Be careful who you drink with, right? So look, now these men drinking, right? Come on.
Behold, the men of the city, certain sons of Belial, beset the house round about.
Right. So now you see all these men. These men sitting here getting drunk, right? Well, making their heart. I ain't gonna say getting drunk. It says making their heart merry, right? They sit here drinking, and all the men of the city, right? They go up to the old man's house. Come on.
Beset the house round about,
right?
And beat at the door.
So now they knocking at the door. These men, right, knocking at the door. Come on.
And spake to the master of the house,
right,
the old man,
right,
saying, bring forth the man that came into thine house,
right,
that we may know him.
That we what?
That we may know him.
He's like, look, bring the man who just went into your crib. Bring him out, that we may know him, right? These men has homosexual tendencies, right? They wanted to know this man, right? Come on.
And the man, the master of the house, went out unto them,
right, and
said unto them, nay, my brethren,
right.
Nay.
So look, now you see this old man, he going out on the front porch. He said, nah, we can't do that, right? Come on.
I pray you,
right,
do not so wickedly.
Do what?
Do not so wickedly.
Right.
Seeing that this man is come into mine house.
Right.
Do not this folly.
Come on.
Behold, here is my daughter, a maiden, and his concubine.
He said, look, take my daughter, a maiden, and his concubine, right? He trying to give these men, these three women, right? He said, look, take these women. Instead of laying down with this man, take these women, right?
Righteousness
instead of wickedness, right? So to speak, he's trying to give them righteousness, right? Instead of wickedness. Come on.
Them I will bring out now, and humble ye them, and do with them what seemeth good unto you. But unto this man, do not so vile a thing.
Come on.
But the men would not hearken to him.
They would what?
They would not hearken.
They said, no, we don't want them. We want him, right?
So the man took his concubine.
But then it lets you see like what kind of mindset the old man had. It's just like instead of him going out there and be like, nah, that ain't happening. Him and the man going out there like, nah, that ain't happening. We ain't, none of that's finna happen. I ain't finna give you my daughter, his concubine, or none of that. That'd have been like our mindset now. Like, nah, ain't none of this going down. But he just like, look, nah, take these women. Right? Come on.
So the man took his concubine and brought her forth unto them. And they knew her.
And they what?
Abused her.
Come on, they did what?
And abused her.
Come on. How long?
All the night until the morning.
Come on.
And when the day began to spring, they let her go.
So look, they had this woman, right? They abused this woman all night long, right? Until the morning, and then they let her go. Ain't no way I'm finna send my woman out there so these men can lie with my woman to try to save my own butt. It's like, nah, and then it's like it's two men. It's two men. It's crazy. So it's like, look, women, be not deceived. You don't know who you marrying. You don't know who you marrying. You could be straight married to a coward. And men, be not deceived. Like, don't let everybody into your household. You don't know you don't know who you letting into your house. Or who house you going to. He look like he a man, but the whole time he's a coward. Both these men cowards for real. Come on.
Then came the woman in the dawning of the day, fell down at the door of the man's house where her Lord was, till it was light.
So look, now the woman, she go back to the house, right? And then she at the doorstep where her Lord was, right? Where her husband was at. Come on.
And her Lord rose up in the morning,
right?
And opened the doors of the house,
right?
And went out to go his way. And behold, the woman, his concubine, was fallen down at the door of the house.
Right.
and her hands were upon the threshold.
Right, so she up against the threshold of the house like this, right? Come on.
And he said unto her, Up, and let us be going.
Right.
But none answered.
So look, he telling his woman, like, look, get up so we can burn out, right? And like, look, she didn't even answer. So at this time, you know she dead, right? If she ain't answer, he telling you to get up. And then it's like he ain't even, hey, you know what I'm saying? Like the first question, he didn't say, oh, you okay? Or, you know, like what happened, this and the third. None of that. He was just like, hey, get up. He said something like a pimp. Basically, he's like, hey, look, get up. And she ain't say nothing. So now you know she dead. Come on.
But none answered. Then the man took her up upon an ass.
Right.
And the man rose up and gat him unto his place.
Right.
And when he was come into his house.
So now he going to the crib, right? Come on.
He took a knife.
Right.
And laid hold on his concubine.
Right.
And divided her.
Right.
Together with her bones.
Come on.
Into 12 pieces.
How many pieces?
Into 12 pieces.
Look, now he goes to the crib, right? So now he cut his wife up, his concubine, cut her up. He cut her up into 12 pieces. Come on.
And sent her into all the coasts of Israel.
So now she cut up into 12 pieces and sent into the coast of Israel. So it's like each tribe got a piece of this woman. Come on.
And it was so that all that saw it said, there was no such deed done nor seen from the day that the children of Israel came up out of the land of Egypt unto this day.
Right.
Consider of it.
Come on.
Take advice.
Do what?
And speak your mind.
So look, it's like, look, everybody just like speak your mind. Like, what was going on in these men's heads?
Right.
What was going on in his head? It's crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah, that's psychotic.
Psychotic, bro. Psychological locks. Come on. Judges chapter 20. Come on.
Verse 1.
Come on.
Then all the children of Israel went out, and the congregation was gathered together as one man, from Dan even to Beersheba, with the land of Gilead, unto the Lord of Mizpah.
Mizpah, yeah. Mizpah, yeah. Mizpah.
And the chief of all the people,
right?
Even of all the tribes of Israel.
So now you got the leaders, right? So now it said the chief of all the people. It's like now you got the leaders, right? Come on.
Presented themselves in the assembly of the people of Yahweh.
Come on.
400,000 footmen that drew swords.
Right.
Now the children of Benjamin heard that the children of Israel was gone up to Mizpah.
Right.
Then said the children of Israel, tell us, how was this wickedness?
So now they like, look, tell us what happened, right? Tell us, how did this come about? Tell us what happened, right? Come on. What did he say?
And the Levite.
So we know who the Levite is, right? The man who, was married to the concubine, right? What did he say?
The husband of the woman that was slain,
right,
answered and said, I came into Gabah,
right,
that belongeth to Benjamin. I and my concubine to lie.
Right, so he telling the truth, right? Come on.
And the men of Gabah rose against me.
They did what?
Rose against me and beset the house round about upon me by night.
So look, that's what actually happened, right? These men was actually outside of the house, right? Come on.
And thought to have slain me.
Thought to have what?
Slain me.
That's a lie, right? They didn't want to kill him. What did they want to do? They wanted to know him, right? They wanted to know him. So now he's deceiving the people. Be not deceived, right? It's always two sides of a story. Don't hold on to one side. So now you only get one. You can't get her side because she dead, right? So it's two sides of the story. Now he get to tell his side. So this is his side, and now he's deceiving the people. He told them, like, nah, they was coming to kill me. Like, nah, bro, they was coming to know you. That's what they came there for. Come on.
And my concubine have they forced.
And they what?
Have they forced.
It's like, nah, they didn't force. Y'all threw her out there. Come on.
That she is dead.
Come on.
And I took my concubine.
Right.
And cut her in pieces.
So now he's telling the truth. Okay. He did cut her into pieces. We did see that part. Or did read that part. Come on.
And sent her throughout all the country of the inheritance of Israel.
Right.
For they have committed lewdness and folly in Israel.
Come on.
Behold,
Come on.
ye are all children of Israel.
Right.
Give here your advice
He said,
and counsel.
He said, look, all this happened. Now what y'all gonna do? Give me advice. What y'all gonna do? It's like, look, what you mean? What we gonna do? This happened to you, right? But he went to Israel and he said, look, all this happened. Even though he lied to these people, he deceiving these people, right? He's straight deceiving Israel. Instead of telling them that these men tried to lie with him, he straight said they tried to kill him, and then they forced his wife or whatnot. But he asked him and the old man actually threw the rib out there. Come on.
And all the people rose as one man, saying, we will not any of us go to his tent, neither will we any of us turn unto his house.
Come on.
But now this shall be the thing which we will do to Gabay. We will go up by lot against it.
Right. So now they ready for war, right? Come on. They ready for war.
And we will take 10 men of 100 throughout all the tribes of Israel.
Right.
And 100 of 1,000, and 1,000 out of 10,000 to fetch victuals for the people, that they may do when they come to Gabay of Benjamin, according to all the folly that they have wrought in Israel. So all the men of Israel was gathered against the city, knit together as one man.
Come on, so look, all these, it said, look, they all knit together as one man, right? They look like a straight army, right? They ready for war. All off a lie. They straight going to war off a lie that he just told these people. So it's like, look, don't be deceived. You can straight be going to war off somebody else's lie. Right? You can get caught in the midst of something thinking you straight. When he said, you know what, that's what it is, bro. Let's get it. The whole time he done lied to me. Now I'm going to go fight this man for no reason. Because he done sat here and lied. He done deceived me.
You see that in movies today, like war movies. Like you got the soldiers that'll be going to war and fighting hard, and at the end, the truth will be revealed what they're going to war for. And
be bad as you like, oh, shit.
You know what I'm saying?
So look, don't be deceived. And they the elders. They supposed to like, where your servant at? Let me hear his side of the story.
Right.
It's a, all right, look, I heard you say this, Levite. Now, where your servant? Let me hear what he got to say. Ain't that what Daniel did? You know what I'm saying? They were saying that she was trying to lust after them, this and third, committed adultery. He said, look, separate them.
Right.
He said, look, what kind of tree was it about? He said this tree. Then he said that tree. He said, look, you just laughed today. You gonna die by the sword. He's like, look, they ain't try to get the second one. Hey, look, give you a second chance. Hey, look, what's up? He lied. Now you gonna die by the sword. And then this woman got delivered.
But you know when they realized that this was
just paraphrasing, fam. Just paraphrase.
This is a woman, right, that got cut up. That they did this to a woman. You know how we is.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? We had a spirit upon us to be the knight in shining armor, or captain. You know, and so that's what the blood flows when we. What, this happened to a woman? You know what I'm saying? So our logic and our thinking, you know what I'm saying, goes to the left. We get enraged. You know what I'm saying?
Especially when it happens to a woman. You was like, oh no. You know. And it's like, for this to be his concubine, you know, his wife or his woman, it's just like, bro, he showed no kind of remorse for it. You know what I'm saying? Show no kind of remorse. So where it makes you think like, was he kind of mad because she played the harlot? You know what I'm saying? Like, all right, look, since she played the harlot, that's his judgment for her. Because remember, ain't no king in Israel.
Right.
Ain't no king in Israel. When you got a king in Israel, they going to tell you right from wrong. You know what I'm saying? Like, look, this is that, this is this. They started off saying, look, ain't no king in Israel. So now everybody's just doing what the hell they want to do.
Verse 12. And the tribes of Israel sent men throughout all the tribes of Benjamin, saying, what wickedness is this that is done among you? Now therefore deliver us the men, the children of Belial, which are in Gabaa, that we may put them to death, and put away evil from Israel. But the children of Benjamin would not hearken to the voice of their brethren, the children of Israel, But the children of Benjamin gathered themselves together out of the cities unto Gabah to go out to battle against the children of Israel. And the children of Benjamin were numbered at this time out of the cities 26,000 men that drew swords, besides the inhabitants of Gabah, which were numbered 700 chosen men. Among all this people that were 700 chosen men left-handed, everyone could sling stones at an hair breadth and not miss.
Man, look, these straight some soldiers, straight warriors. Just like, look, these men will not miss at all. So look, they straight lined up some straight soldiers. It wasn't just no look, we just want to just get some people. You want to go fight? Come on, let's go fight. They already knew your pedigree. They knew everything. Look, they straight got what you call them, head busters? Shooters. Come on.
And the men of Israel, besides Benjamin, were numbered 400,000 men that drew swords. All these were men of war. The children of Israel arose and went up to the house of Yahweh and asked counsel of Yah, and said, which of us shall go up first to battle against the children of Benjamin? And the Most High said, Judah shall go up first.
Who should go up first?
Judah shall go up.
He said, look, send Judah first, right? Come on. And look, notice, they went and straight got counsel from the Most High, and he's answering them back. Come on.
And the children of Israel arose up in the morning and encamped against Gabah. The men of Israel went out to battle against Benjamin. And the men of Israel put themselves in array to fight against them at Gabah. And the children of Benjamin came forth out of Gabah and destroyed down to the ground of the Israelites that day 22,000 men. And the people, the men of Israel, encouraged themselves and set their battle again in array in the place where they put themselves in array the first day. And the children of Israel went up and wept before the Most High until evening, and asked counsel of the Most High, saying, shall I go up to battle against the children of Benjamin, my brother? And the Most High said, go up against him. And the children of Israel came near against the children of Benjamin the second day. And Benjamin went forth against them out of Gabah the second day, and destroyed down to the ground of the children of Israel again 18,000 men. All these drew the sword.
So look, it's a straight civil war, straight amongst your brethren, straight going on. Straight going down. Just think it's a straight war.
Brothers been fights back in the day.
I get look, they been at war. But look, just tripping off how it all happened though, because based off what he done. You know what I'm saying? Just like he straight cut up his rib, lied to them about saying that they tried to come kill him the whole time. They like, well shit, look, they did this and that, let's go to war. You know how it is in the streets. It's just like somebody come, nigga slap my mama one night, and I'm like, look, bro, nigga around the corner just slap my mama. The whole neighborhood like, let's get it. You know what I'm saying? It's the whole block go around the corner. Right. Just go fight the Arab at the corner store and just slap him out. You know what I'm saying? But these men were straight deceived off him. Straight going to war based off what he just deceived these people.
Right. Yeah, he's like your mama in front of you though. That's the thing.
Right.
You know, in front of you, you know, we have to have courage. Whereas with like what you were saying earlier, this man, you know, put his rib, his concubine out. You know, me and the servant, we gotta kill everybody. You know what I'm saying? I'm not about to hide behind a door and have y'all way with my woman, and just because she did play the whore, you know what I'm saying? No, I went all this way, this trouble to come get her back. And
right.
Now, you know, I gotta hide behind a door just because some of y'all wanna, you know, get some to know me. Right. Me and my servant, you know, so y'all gonna know some dead me then, because me and my servant about to die right here, right now.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
But then it's like notice it was three men, because it's
right.
It's him, the old man, the servant, and the Levite. It's like, look, if the men is out there, go to war with them. Right. Now you gotta go and tell Israel, like, look, yeah, I sent all her body parts to all 12 of y'all, so what y'all gonna do? Now he ready to go to war. You know what I'm saying? Now they straight going to war. Great. But just for time's sake, bro, we're gonna jump. Whenever y'all get a chance, family, just for time's sake, just read this whole chapter. We're gonna jump over chapter 21. No, we're gonna take it down. We're gonna start on verse 16.
Chapter 21, verse 16. Then the elders of the congregation said, how shall we do for wives for them that remain, seeing the women are destroyed out of Benjamin?
Come on.
And they said, there must be an inheritance for them that be escaped of Benjamin, that a tribe be not destroyed out of Israel. Howbeit, we may not give them wives of our daughters, for the children of Israel have sworn, saying, cursed be he that giveth a wife to Benjamin.
Come on.
Then they said, behold, there is a feast of the Most High in Shiloh, yearly in a place which is on the north side of Bethel, on the east side of the highway that goeth up from Bethel to Shechem, and on the south of Lebanon. Therefore they commanded the children of Benjamin, saying, go and lie and wait in the vineyards, and see. And behold, if the daughters of Shiloh come out to dance in dances, then come ye out of the vineyards, and catch you every man his wife of the daughters of Shiloh, and go to the land of Benjamin.
He said, look, now, they want us some ribs, right? He said, look, you want some ribs? You got to catch them when they come out to dance, right? It's a feast coming up. So, you know, we got like what, Passover, right? Women, they praise dance, right? So it's like, just put it like in that kind of mindset, just like, okay, look, it's a feast of these women are praise dancing. If you want one of these women, when they come out to praise dance, to praise their God, then you take these women. Come on.
Verse 22. And it shall be, when their fathers or their brethren come unto us to complain, and we will say to them, be favorable unto them for our sakes, because we reserve not to each man his wife in the war. For ye did not give unto them at this time that ye should be guilty.
Come on.
And the children of Benjamin did so, and took them wives according to their number of them that danced, whom they caught. And they went and returned to their inheritance, and repaired the cities, and dwelt in them. And the children of Israel departed thence at that time, every man to his tribe and to his family. And they went out from thence every man to his inheritance.
Come on.
In those days,
in what?
In those days,
come on,
there was no king
there was
in
what?
Israel. There was no king in Israel.
Come on.
Every man
come on
did that which was right in his own eyes.
So look, it let you know, like look, anytime you do something that is right in your own eyes because you feel that you don't have a king. So if you see any men that's preaching the word of God or whatnot, or that's deceiving people or doing what's right in their own eyes, you have to keep in mind that in their head, they don't have a king. Christ is not their king. They just doing what they want to do.
Do what thou wilt.
Do what thou wilt. All right, we're gonna go to Exodus chapter 7, family.
Oh, now, families, man, this lesson right here, family, was absolutely powerful. Families, tomorrow, families, it should be maybe around, family, it's going to be at sundown. I'm going to let you know that now, around 8 during the Sabbath. When the Sabbath starts tomorrow, families, man, you're going to have all of Yasharala families that obey the Sabbath. Families, every day ain't no Sabbath. You in the middle of war. You is literally in the middle of war. Anybody speaking that every day is a Sabbath, families, you won't have that until Hamashiach comes back to this earth, families, and reign for 1,000 years. That has not yet happened yet. Judah and Ephraim, the house of Israel, have not yet been restored. But you got people out here talking about every day is a Sabbath. Christianity is poisoning the minds of the sons and daughters of Zion in this hour. It's killing y'all slowly, families, like AIDS. as I die slowly, that's exactly what's going on with Christianity right now. And anybody, families, that's following and doing whatever they do. But you want me to tell you something, families? That takes me to Isaiah 65, verse 1. I think it's Isaiah 65. Let's go. Isaiah 65, verse 1. And then we got to jump down, families. And this is what's wrong with our people. You know what I'm saying? Especially those that don't have an identity. You don't know who you are. So you're gonna die being confused because you're not trying to find out who you are. You know what I'm saying? And then families, we listen to people that don't have a clue who they are. Man, the Most High sits there and says, man, you do not follow the ways of the Gentiles. Go in. You don't follow the ways of the heathens, families. And they could be your own brother, man. And you know that you thinking the whole time they got good intentions. Families, you don't know what type of intentions they have, man. You don't have no idea what type of intentions they have. Especially if they ain't got no ordership, man, that's behind what they speak. But families, they will be quick to put the Most High name. Don't even know the name of their creator. But they will put the Most High name behind all their works. That way that you can believe that they doing something that is righteous. Isaiah 65 and 1. I am sought of them that ask not for me. I am found of them that sought me not. I said, behold me unto a nation, not a single person, a nation that was not called by what? My name. I have spread out my hands all the day unto a rebellious people. Who's he talking to? He talking to those who don't know who they are. He talking to those, man, who's claiming a different banner and saying it for life. And you not saying Israel for life. You not saying that you is a soldier for Hamashiach, a soldier for the Christ, the Messiah for life. You're not saying that for life. You saying something else for life. You claiming a different banner. I have spread out my hands all the day unto a rebellious people, which walketh in the way that was not good, after their own thoughts. A people that provoked me to anger continually to my face. You do this in your father's face every single day because he watch everything that you do. They sacrifice in gardens and burneth incense upon altars of brick, which remain among the graves, and large in the monuments, which eat swine's flesh. These are those that love bacon. And broth of abominable things is in their vessels. Man, you think that you can eat whatever you want to eat, when the Most High Yah sits there and says that your vessel is supposed to be a temple that he's supposed to dwell in, where he can send his set apart Ruach, families, to sit here and dwell in it, families. But you can eat whatever you want to eat. You can do whatever you want to do. You can move however you want to move. Check this out. Watch what the Most High y'all gonna say. Which say, stand by thyself. Come not near to me. The Most High is going to tell you. You better not. He's trying to tell you, families. He will tell you on Judgment Day. He know you not. Let's read that again. Which say, stand by thyself. Come not near to me, for I am holier than thou. These are a smoke in my nose, a fire that burneth all the day. Behold, it is written before me. I will not keep silence, but I will recompense unto their bosom your iniquities and the iniquities of your fathers together, said Yahuwah. which have burned incense upon the mountains, and blasphemy me upon the hills. Therefore I will measure their former work into their bosom. These are those families. There are Christian people that they say they are Christian apologetic families. These people don't. They are unapologetic families. They don't believe in apologizing for our ancestors, of why you have the curses that's placed upon you. Because families, these type of people believe that families, everything is hung up on a cross. You don't have to do what Isaiah is telling you that the Most High is going to tell you in your judgment. But you saying that the most families, your father, when people speak like that, your father was a murderer from the beginning. Your father was a murderer from the beginning. So families, the God that most of these people is talking about, that's not your God. The Jesus that most of these people be talking about, they speak of a different Jesus. Be not deceived, because in those days, there will be many sin that saying that I am Hamashiach. A lot of these people speaking a different Jesus, man. Check this out. Thus said Yahuwah, as the new wine is found in the clusters, and one saith, destroy it not, for a blessing is in it, so will I do for my servant's sake, that I may not destroy them all. And I will bring forth the seed out of who? Families, it's not saying all the body of believers, man. It's saying that he's going to bring a seed out of what? Jacob. Israel. Israel. That is your banner of truth. It's Israel. Let's read that again. And I will bring forth the seed out of Jacob. And out of what? Yehuda. Judah. An inheritor of my mountains. And mine elect shall inherit it. Who's elect? The Most High Yah's elect, families. So people that's out here talking about you have a seal of salvation, you don't claim that seal. The Most High Yah has to seal you. Just because you read it, and because you so-called say that you believe, you just gonna seal yourself? You just gonna seal yourself. And my servant shall dwell there, and Sharon shall be a fold of flocks in the valley of acres, a place for the herds to lie down in, for my people that have sought me. Who sought him? He's talking about Israel, Yasharallah. But ye are they that forsake the Most High, that forgot my holy mountain, that prepared a table for that truth, and the furnace that drinketh offering unto the number. Therefore will I number you to the sword, and ye shall all bow down to the slaughter. Because when I called ye, did not answer. When I spake ye, did not hear, but did evil before my eyes, and did choose that wherein I delighted not. Therefore thus said Yahuwah, the Elohim, behold, my servant shall eat, but ye shall be hungry. Behold, my servant shall drink, but ye shall be thirsty. Behold, my servant shall rejoice, but ye shall be ashamed. Behold, my servant shall sing for joy of heart, but ye shall cry for sorrow of heart, and shall howl for vexation of the Ruach, and ye shall leave your name for a curse unto what? My chosen families. I'm trying to tell you, families. For Yahuwah Tazavo shall slay thee, and call his servants by another name, that he who blesseth himself in the earth shall bless himself to the Most High of what? Man, come on, Father. of truth, and he that sweareth in the earth shall swear by the Elohim of truth, because the former troubles are forgotten, and because they are hid from mine eyes. For behold, I create new heavens and a new earth, and the former shall not be remembered, nor come into mind. But be ye glad and rejoice forever in that which I create. For behold, I create Jerusalem a rejoicing, and her people a joy. And I will rejoice in Jerusalem, and joy in my people, and the voice of weeping shall be no more. Shall be no more heard in her, nor the voice of crying. There shall be no more thence an infant of days, nor an old man that hath not filled his days. For the child shall die at 100 years old. He says, for the child shall die 100 years old, but the sinner, being 100 years old, shall be accursed. Man, families, let's read. Come on. Come on. Come on. And they shall build houses and inhabit them. Who's going to build houses? He's talking about Israel, man, on this earth, man, and inhabit them. And they shall plant vineyards and eat the fruits of them. They shall not build another inhabit. They shall not build and another inhabit. They shall not plant and another eat. For as the days of the tree are the days of my people, and my elect shall long enjoy the work of their hands. Verse 22 is talking about Deuteronomy chapter 28. The curses of who? Judah. And it shall come to pass, thank you, Most High. And it shall come to pass, thank you, Most High. And it shall come to pass that before they call, I will answer. And while they are yet speaking, I will hear. The wolf and the lamb shall feed together, and the lion shall eat straw from the bullock, and the dust shall be the serpent meat. They shall not hurt nor destroy in all my holy mountain, said Yahuwah. Man, families, I want to thank the Most High Yah, man, for the wonderful teaching that he had gave us for tonight, families. I surely do hope, families, that you be around Israel, families, for the Sabbath. Tomorrow, it will be on Friday from sundown to the day of the Sabbath, the day of rest of Yahuwah, families, will be Saturday at sundown, families. Families, man, I want to say that may the Most High Yah continue to make you become a battle axe and a weapon of war, families, and understand ordership in these days, families. And families, you need to understand your banner of truth, or the Most High will, families, what you say that you are, he's gonna make every man be a liar. Because, family, if you're not claiming the Yahuwah of truth and his banner of truth, then, families, he's gonna make sure that you will become your A. The Most High gonna make sure, man, that the world will know that you is a liar, and your father was a murderer from the beginning. May the Most High Yah always hold you, guide you, bless you, keep you, and protect you in everything that you do, Yasharala. Where the children of Yasharala at, scattered abroad on all four corners of this planet. The true chosen seed of Yah, Yahuwah Tazafo. I want to say that we are forever out here. Kwam Yasharala, Kwam Yehuda, Baraka da Yahuwah. Mishpaka. I want to say that I love you. Shalom and shalom. In all these things that we ask for in the name of his only begotten Son, Yahushua HaMashiach, and the set apart Rat HaKadosh, the mind of Yah, which is wisdom. Much love, Yasharala. Much love.